boys would never put ranch in the Happy Meals. That's the thing that we're taught.
I did get a sweet and sour sauce one time.
Well, we fucked up, and I'm sorry.
No, I love it with the fries and shit.
The vibe that I get immediately from this is that the real story might be funnier. Is your mom really putting fortunes on the fridge?
Yeah.
You know, is she eating Chinese food? Is she ordering delivery? Is she getting it to go? Did she buy a box from Costco of fortune cookies just straight up and is just opening bags like, oh, where's the one that says I'm gonna find the new husband?
Yeah.
Is she single or what?
So she's married to my dad, but you know, we're comfortable and cute. What I was gonna say that I forgot. I was gonna say they don't have that. I don't know.
The smarter cookie joke was cute, like in a Garfield joke kind of
I
was.
was gonna say my dad.
Even you
Yeah.
couldn't get it out.
I couldn't get it out. I
Such a
knew it.
joke.
It was so corny.
I've never seen you do that.
I know.
I hate Mondays because of jokes like that.
I know. And I'm like, I was gonna say that my dad said that.
I've seen you do 50 different minutes, and I've never seen you laugh at yourself like, I can't fucking believe I just said
I
that.
couldn't believe it either. I was like on the fence and I was like, ugh.
Let's get back to the real thing. So, did you ask your mom about the fortunes?
Yeah.
What'd she say?
Just, you know, I don't know. Don't bother me.
How many fortunes are on the fridge, and how many magnets does it take to
Well,
move
I was gonna say what would be funny because it's kind of something similar to just naked. The magnets have sayings on them, you know, and it's holding up a fortune, and they're contradicting each other. Right? Like you ever see those? Destiny, like those magnets, those inspirational magnets. And the only reason why I said this because my wife had one up there, and I put the fucking this stupid ass card we got, and it was just like I was reading the magnet to read the fucking card. But you can do it with the fortune.
Oh, yeah.
You understand what I mean? You ever see the magnets that give the advice?
All you have to do is open up a few for it to really
What if
get
it's like you? I'm sorry.
all you need to do is open up a few for it to get really contradictory. You know, you open up one where it's like, you know, tomorrow you will find your true love, and then your third one will say, savor the flavor of loneliness for a while and find yourself. And it's like, wait, what?
And also, because now I'm just thinking of this. I mean, again, you don't have to use it, whatever, but the fortune says something, the magnet says something. You have those stupid ass fucking magnets that people make words with. You know what I mean? And there's all this shit going on in the refrigerator.
Meanwhile, your mom has more lucky numbers than anybody else in the world right now.
What if the whole thing is like as bad as it is that she has all those, at least she doesn't go up to random Chinese people and ask them for advice. You know, like, at least she takes it in cookie form, but she's not like, please tell me, am I gonna die tomorrow? You know, like how much more stuff.
Does your mom take advice in real life well or not?
No, she gives advice well.
But I'm saying, yeah, maybe she's hacking the fortune cookie. or the fact that you can't tell her anything, she can only get advice out of a fucking cookie.
I'd ask your mom more questions about this. It just
Get her on
seems
the
like you're
phone.
not very close.
Yeah.
Maybe like
No, we
the
are
fortune.
close.
But you don't care about this weird obsession that she's
She's got a lot of weird things going on right now.
And why do the Chinese, why do people always say Chinese people are wise? Society's a little
Because they
fucked up.
always look old. That's why. They always look so old.
Or so young.
They're the only people that when you see them feeding ducks, you think they're also talking to them.
Yeah, like they're magical or something.
So young is actually one of my favorite Chinese people.
You make me feel. You make me feel so young.
That's funny. Yeah, I mean, I want to know more about the real thing and maybe how you're scared that you might end up turning into that, like that you would have that in your family would really concern me. If my mom started doing that, I would ask her many questions about what she thinks this is about. And it seems like you didn't do that. You're just like, oh, don't bother you? Okay, cool. Just letting your mom go completely
Yeah,
insane.
now's the time to talk to her about a will.
I mean, the Happy Meal thing didn't work, and not just because of the technical inaccuracies, but because of the fact that it's like they still, like with Chinese food, they still give you the sauces and the napkins and everything. It's not like you don't.
Yeah, you get a toy and a Happy Meal. It's better than advice.
But
I agree with
Happy
Red Dan.
Meals are for children, you know, who are 5, and Chinese food is made by children who are 5. But
I agree with Red Dan.
I
I think
apologize.
now's a great time to talk with your mom about her will, find out if she'll leave you her fortune.
Can I make a quick observation, though?
that's funny.
That's great.
Exactly. Sarah, thank you so much. Sarah Wineshank. Follow her on Twitter at Princess Shank. That's Kiltony55, and this is at The Mike Lord.
we call that one? That's how the cookie Joe crumbles. I'm at the Mike Lawrence at the Mike Lawrence on Twitter and MikeLawrenceComedy.com. I'm going to be at a comic book convention in Miami, July 3rd through the 6th. Yeah.
When is this airing?
3 weeks. Yeah.
3 weeks? Shit. I think I'm in Austin.
Awesome.
I'm in Austin.
Great town.
I'm Austin,
Go to
Texas.
Brenner's.com, right?
Yeah, BRETERNS.
Cab City.
Cab City, yeah.
Fucking best.
At Josh Martin Comic, always helping us out. One of our favorite Patriots ever. At Pete EC on Twitter. Very, very great Twitter mind. Always funny jokes. Comic-Con in July.
July 23rd, July 24th, we're doing Kill Tony, followed by Thunder Pussy. In the following days, we're doing a comedy show. There's a lot of comics there right now for Comic-Con. They just want to be spots.
It's going to be awesome.
Jim Gordon, Joe Rogan, Doug Vince, and tickets are on sale right now at American Comic Show.
Thank you so much to the live audience. Thank you guys for coming out and always supporting. We'll see you guys next Monday. Kill Tony! Everybody, dreams really do come true. We're doing a Kill Tony from the Ice House in Pasadena. This is crazy. This is like going to. It's like playing basketball at your neighbor's house when you're a kid on their hoop instead of your hoop. You know, and like hoops are a little bit different. I can tell there's a lot of basketball players in the crowd by the way this is going over. Not really connecting yet. How you guys doing? This is fun. This is a different angle, a different type of setup. The audio actually works here. We have a new sponsor. Give it up for Squirt, everybody. Delicious Diet Squirt is now available. Made since, can anybody guess when Squirt started? 1653. So what are you thinking? We're talking about Squirt here. 1653. You're saying Squirt predates the United States of America? I mean, I'd like to believe that. For anybody that's ever had one on a hot summer day, you would think, my God, it seems like they've been making this for centuries. But no, that's just since 1938, everybody. 1938. They've been around a long time. I mean, no 1656 over there from the...
I think that was the birthday of Charlie Chaplin.
Well, look at that, Brian, making up a completely false fact. Right from the get, and I love it.
I like how there's that much beverages and electricity going on here. Joe is known for spilling his coffee all the time, so this might be really dangerous.
This is exciting. Hopefully, we spill some delicious Diet Squirt, the caffeine-free thirst quencher, and newest sponsor, Kill Tony. Turns out McDonald's dropped us.
Yeah, they did.
Well, yeah, we got a call. Turns out they weren't loving it. And they said, you have to stop saying that we're sponsoring your show.
Yeah.
I was waiting for it. I was wondering, like, what happens if you pretend like a sponsor's your sponsor? They have to fight back because they have to protect their own reputation.
Right. I think it started when they started sponsoring SeaWorld, though, because we started drawing attention to the SeaWorld. They had
I said
SeaWorld
the
on
blackfish fillet.
Yeah.
Yeah. which was just comedy magic that happened right in the moment. I was no pre-written. You can't mix those. Oh, sir, are you texting the show to somebody who can't see the live feed? Is that what's going on right now? They got a new sponsor, it's Squirt. That's on Reddit right now. Hashtag Kill Tony. There's not even hashtags on Reddit. I meant backslash. Look at me. I don't know the internet.
Who here doesn't take Squirt and mix it with a little bit of tequila and call it a margarita? Come on.
Yeah, that's as white trash as it gets right there, everybody. If you've ever wondered what white trash is for you Latinos in the room or black people, like what's true white trash? Is it, have you ever mixed a Squirt with tequila and called it a margarita?
That's it.
I saw a few Mexican people pass out when you said that. They were so insulted. Like, that's not a margarita. I mean, that's a fucking... Well, I mean, it's delicious Squirt, so it's probably better than a margarita.
Yeah.
Fuck, I can't have Squirt drop us. It just messed up and said Squirt wouldn't be good.
Yeah. Well, just don't let Joe, knock one over on you, squirt all over you, and get you wet.
I love it. It would be a first on Kill Tony that I've been drenched in delicious caffeine-free Squirt. The thirst quencher is their slogan, by the way. This crowd is not into Squirt whatsoever. They want McDonald's. That's all that they want. But I love it. You guys dig your McDonald's.
How many people here actually know what Kill Tony is, by the way? Yeah. All right. Who here has no idea what they're watching right now?
Wow. Really? That's awesome. Congratulations.
What we do is we do this show once a week, and we help the local stand-up comedy community out. And,
they sign up for a show to get constructive criticism from me, Writers Guild member, Comedy Central Roast Writer, Death Squad Platinum member. You might know me from any of my feature credits. And Brian, the creator of the Death Squad, and always two of our funniest friends are on the show. And this week's no different.
Yeah.
So getting perspective from two awesome stand-ups tonight is going to be very exciting. We have the great Joe Rogan and Dom Irera are with us in the house tonight, everybody. But first, for those of you that haven't been to Kill Tony, you wooers out there that all went woo, which basically means fuck you and your show. We also always have a head of security with us to protect us at all times. It started off, it was the Iron Patriot, an autistic man, undiagnosed, in a very fancy $5,000 Iron Man suit. He would stand next to the stage and defend us. And then when the episodes got in the 30s of episodes, he said he's gotten too big for the show. When he hit 4,000 Twitter followers, he said, I'm going to do my own thing now. I have a new following. Since then, he's lost more than 1,000 Twitter followers since leaving the show, based on the principle of the listeners. So we've always replaced him with a different Patriot each week. Pasadena, I bring you a very special treat when I bring to you one of my favorite Patriots. It's Iron Jesus Christ! I'll be able to reach on this man. Here he is, taking the long walk. There was only one set of footprints, I do believe, from his walk over there.
Wait, no, there's a little girl following. That's Josh Martin, guys.
Put your hands together for Josh Martin, everybody. Producer of the show, spiller of tequila, accident-prone, speech impediment-infested friend of ours, who thought he had set it all the way down when he put that tequila on the table a few weeks ago. And we took over by that. But he's looking over us. That's the great Josh Martin comic. And we have Kevin Lee Light. Jesus Christ is with us, everybody. Put your hands together for Jesus. Woo! How's it been going, man?
Beautiful, thanks. You know, I have the wingspan of a condor.
Heck yeah.
Throw that in there.
All right.
Okay, it's going good.
There you go. Have you actually measured a condor's wingspan? Are you being serious, or is that just
I don't know.
You caused somebody to sneeze just now. I don't know if you heard that.
Bless you.
And I knew you're just... Boom. Still got it after thousands of years. Jesus Christ. Never loses that sense of humor. And he said it doesn't go away.
Happy to be back in Pasadena. My last time here, I saw Jim Carrey before he was ever Jim Carrey.
Wow.
1979 or 80.
You said you used to come here back in the Disney and see all the old. Did you ever get to see Steve Martin? Because Steve Martin started out here.
It was actually the only show I saw, and I figured maybe I would never see one better.
Look at you now. All of a sudden, you're here on Kill Tony. Featured by Squirt, the thirst quencher. This is much more exciting than young Jim Carrey.
I'll have the Squirt margarita.
I'll open up one right now.
I thought that was going to be the worst accident for sure. But just seeing, I'm like, oh, here it is.
What about just pouring down right looking at the back of me the whole time? I like doing that.
No, it's fine. He's into it. How many times do you think you get fucking cock blocked by Jesus?
So,
You got the best seat in the house. You're like fucking.
he's a good sport. There's not much to see back.
Yeah, if that isn't in your way, you can totally move. I'm sure one of the waiters or waitresses will find it. It's fine because he does pass a lot of gas. He's a
He does not. You think a guy that sat in the middle of the table in the Last Supper could pass gas? That would be embarrassing. There you go. He's unbelievable. Who said that you didn't really exist, these morons? Well, guys, we're very happy to have you back. I'm glad that you're going to be keeping an eye on us.
Got your back.
In the meanwhile, what do you say Josh?
Yep, I think we're ready to go.
Are we?
Yeah.
Guys, are you ready for your guests? Holy shit. Put your hands together for him, everybody. It's the great Joe Rogan and John Herrera. Welcome to the show, guys. We're doing it. Now, Dom, you've been on this show before, Joe. Sort of gave you an idea of what's going on.
Is this real booze?
Yes, hey, cheers, guys. Salute. Yeah. Because you would owe me $10.
Boy, we've gotten off to a fucking roaring start.
What the fuck was that?
It's hilarious from the jump.
Yeah, Joe's first time here. He refuses to go to the comedy store, so we brought the show to you, Joe.
Thank you very much.
This is actually really fun to me. We've been looking forward for a long time to have you on the show.
Well, yeah, we should be doing podcasts, like live podcasts from here.
Yeah.
We should. It's totally fun.
Yeah, it feels good in here.
It's a good spot. I'm a little too high to be talking to people, so no eye contact, nothing crazy. Nobody get out of line. No picture fests.
I was just starting to relax, and then I took that shot of. You didn't warn me that it was that cinnamon stuff.
The fireball.
It's like a whole different thing. My mind was not prepared for that whatsoever, and now it's like fucking big red gum.
Yeah, I was thinking it was probably something whiskey-like, but I'd like to add a flavor.
I mean, that's a real surprise.
Yeah. Well, you know what the fuck you just did after you drink one of those. Dude, you know what the fuck you just did.
That's Mistake City. So,
That's where all babies come from. That's the fuck it, leave it in juice. Freedom!
fire. That's how it starts. It's
So
all
it is,
fireball.
dude. That's this glass. 3 more of those.
You got another one,
baby. bunch of rocks in there. That's all you, man. What, you trying to roofie me, bitch? What the fuck is this? Tom Barrero's not even drinking his own, trying to pass it off.
Oh yeah,
You're one of those dudes who has like a special drink. Well, I need my Tanqueray. I love my Tanqueray. What are you kids? You drinking the same thing? I'm just gonna sip on this. I got a tradition. I get fucked up a special way every time. I go to the bar, I go, bartender, you know what I like. The regular. Boom.
Tom, what's your drink?
It's amazing how dope doesn't affect you.
Does it? How dare you?
Hey, Kevin, do you have any questions for our guests?
Yeah, with Dom. I'm speaking to you from a microphone.
Yes.
So you know the question is important. You were named by Comedy Central one of the 50 greatest comics of all time.
Now, first of all, it's 100, but thank you.
100.
Yeah, can I say something before you answer the fucking question? I'm very bitter about that. Because Joe, it hurt, it's very hurtful. I was number 79. You know who beat me out for 78? Cedric the Entertainer. I can't compete with him. He's an entertainer. I just do jokes. He has people over. He has a nice spread. He dances. What's the question?
That was him. You were happy with it. Cedric the who?
Cedric the Entertainer.
Oh.
He's a very funny guy.
It's like Earthquake, but different. It's like Earthquake.
Kevin, did you have a question?
Just it might be on the list. That's amazing. Joe Rogan, you're one of the greatest, cutting edge, brilliant, smart, funny stand-up comics ever. Your body of work is huge and beautiful. You're always coming up with new stuff.
So the question is,
Hard as fuck.
And I'm talking about you.
Balls are tingling and shit.
All this. Leading up to, where's your favorite place to write comedy?
To write it actually on airplane seats. I don't know what it is about being in the sky, but it's terrifying.
The only place you can get
Give in
higher.
so much. Yeah, you can't get any higher, but it's also the act of being in a plane is somewhat terrifying, especially if you're high on edibles. It's a terrifying thing, and there's something about being terrified that makes you creative. So I come up with a lot of shit, like where I go like, oh no, I come up with a lot of that on airplanes.
I love that.
Sometimes I put a whole lot of love on it in a loop.
Well, thank you both.
But thank you very much. But after a while, it becomes like a meditation after you heard it for like the 20th time.
Wow.
You're high as fuck on a laptop.
You have a system worked out. That was a very specific question, Jesus. And
Get high and create material.
I was being gang raped by these Armenian
Wow,
guys.
what?
I was writing like crazy. Somehow my sphincter stimulates my creativity.
Makes sense. It would certainly switch it up a bit.
Thank you, Doctor.
well, I'd love to just talk with you guys forever, but unfortunately, this podcast is actually about stand-up comedians doing stand-up and doing 60 seconds apiece. And then we talk to them afterwards and figure out how we can help them in any way, shape, or form. That's what they all signed up for, and many of them are waiting just outside that door for their name to be called. They can come in and do 60 seconds.
Like I said before, first of all, and I'm being seen with people, none of them have a shot. Just to let you know,
Anybody's own
we're special.
This is really good. It's kind of like a boss level episode. It's like for these guys that are in the room, it's like we announced it just this week. They went crazy. It really is the best of the best of the entire Hollywood open mic that's out there right now. They're dressed better than I usually see them dressed. Like it's a Friday night for them. I usually only see them on Sundays and Mondays. Usually only Mondays.
I hear you. Ownership of Rothschild against
it's very exciting. It is like the Yankees of the open mind.
They've been open minded their whole life. So close to passing.
Now, many of them know, but we'll let the audience and the new people that have been here for the first time, they know that their time's up to 60 seconds when they hear the meow of a kitty. Hear that? Listen how adorable that is one more time. Aww. Now that's your 60 seconds. They know not to go any longer than that, or else they're going to bring out the infamous Hollywood bear.
Are you putting all of shit on me? This is our show. We have a guest.
So, you podcast listeners, I'm sorry you had to hear that. However, you have to understand that it's an important lesson in show business to not do over your time. So, you let that be So many comedians signed up and made a drive out from all the way from the heart of Hollywood to have the chance to come up in front of you guys. And I thank you so much for being here, and I want to get it started. Are you guys ready? 60 seconds, and then we're going to end up talking more to your first comedian, Kobe Grimes.
Oh, everybody, stop what you're doing. Oh, everybody. If you're asleep right now, you need to awake. If you're awake right now, you need to stay awake. Because the only riser has finally bestowed upon us their extremely precious time and effort. So thank you so much at fucking 3:15 in the morning. Thank you.
Yo, I was here at like 1 and your stream was down. You weren't in here, and I came back, and then your thing was on, but you didn't appear to be conscious. So
Right.
I think I haven't seen your. And then I looked on your YouTube stream, and then it was like blank, like no stream happening on YouTube. It just had like the Rumble page, and I was like, what the fuck?
That's a great question. Yeah.
So you're the number one streamer of all time.
I am.
Bullshit.
I am. Of my 25 streams, like 22 of them went out. It happens. Randomly, there'll be like a flicker of the router or something. I can't explain it, but at least 3 of them were still going, so that's good.
I'm sorry, what part of the continuous human data repository did you think didn't include the word continuous?
It does. It does. It had 3 of them going. I'm not kidding. I had that top stream is going. It's pretty dark though, but I mean, no joke. Like they'll be able to lighten it in the future. When I say they, the scientists and the data archivists of the world. But you're right. When I awoke, I was like, "What the fuck happened?" And dude. I did this fucking such a smart thing, right? I don't know, maybe it's smart. Oh, well, firstly, apologies that I like. Basically, if it gets past 11, I sometimes don't know if you're coming or not. So I'm like, I'm just going to bed. And then I don't know why you come so late. Why is it that you come so late?
I mean, I've been waking up at like 3, so it's not like super late for me.
I know, but just come earlier.
Well, I don't know, because you're the one who's up in the middle of the night all the time.
That's true.
I mean, now my schedule is backwards, so I'm dragging.
Okay, well, let's say just for our own sanity, if you're gonna come in, if you can, I mean, I don't care. You come in whenever you want. You know, you're always welcome here. But if we're gonna watch a documentary or something, try to come in by 10 p.m. If you come later than, and I'm not saying I'll absolutely always be up, but I'm doing my best to try to get my hours straightened out, because it's just very difficult. I mean, you're in the same boat. So if we can agree on that, but come whenever you want. I love having you here. Can I tell you some stuff?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay. Well, firstly, how are you?
Doing good. I hope ChatGPT has helped me sort out my mural thingy mabobber. I was just using it right now to email both the district person and the Business Improvement Association. We're like trying to gatekeep the wall for the mural festival, and basically what I propose is like, oh, we're that wall is now for the mural festival. The mural festival is in August, so I just said like, look, I've been organizing this mural for like months now. Created a site-specific design. I'm providing like all these materials. I have permission from like the business owner and the property owner. Please, if you're open to it, just allow it to be a temporary mural installation from like April until the festival, and when the festival comes, you can paint over it. But I just really am trying to use it as a stepping stone in my mural career. So hopefully they won't try to sabotage that plan, and then they'll be open to it, because I tried to take the least conflict road possible.
I understand that.
We'll see.
Do you think?
We'll see if the people who have stolen my wall are going to be nice to me.
Do you think they will be?
I mean, it seems like they have no problem just bulldozing me right now and steamrolling. So, I mean, we'll see. I mean, if not, there's also another mural spot that I have permission for. But again, I don't know if it's going to be hijacked at the moment I try to apply for permission for another wall. But at that point, I just laugh and like, whatever. You can't paint murals in this town. I have to figure something else out. But it's fine. I have the important thing is that I am so ambitious and confident in my ability to paint murals that I'm not gonna let. There's just one wall of trillions of buildings, so it'll work out as long as I just stay persistent.
Yeah, incorrect. It's not trillions of buildings, but I get what you're saying. A lot of buildings. And even better than that,
in the future, with modular houses, it could be trillions.
Not really. Probably not that many.
I mean, what do you consider a building?
4 walls, a roof. That's basically a building.
And are buildings on the inside or outside?
It's an excellent question. It's subjective. It depends how you look at it. Okay, so this is just, you're not alone in this process. All artists have to go through these kinds of what do you call it? Hoops that you have to jump through, and you just be patient. And I would go into this personally just being like, they're gonna say no. They're gonna say we have to reserve this wall for this certain area of town for this event, and then have a backup. I mean, like you said, there are a lot of walls out there, or a lot of buildings out there, and where you live. And if this one doesn't work, there may be another one that works, and it may be better. You never know.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, I have permission from a flower shop in like the alleyway, so I'll just do it there. Hopefully.
So do you have to?
There's another spot that's even nicer and it's private. So I was gonna say like, please let me paint your wall, and if I get other work because of the results of this wall, I'll just give you like a commission off of it, because it's right off the highway and like hundreds of people go by every day.
Do you have to pay?
That's the one I really want.
Do you have to pay for the paint?
I mean, that depends how you structure it. Right now, like the first one, I'm just volunteering my own paint, which I have a decent little. Like my paint alone is probably like a few $1,000s worth of paint. It's like one can is like $10. I have like hundreds of them.
Yeah, no, I imagine it's paint is expensive.
Yeah, I mean, for spray paint, it can be pricey, I guess, but
well, it depends the titanium. It depends the titanium solids in it that you have, and like the like if you get like low VOC, like uh, the volatile organic carbon kind of like environmentally friendly paints that you sometimes need to use, it can get expensive pretty quickly.
yeah, I mean, spray paint, I guess, is generally kind of similar price, but even just like varnishes or like UV protecting varnishes are like hundreds of dollars depending on how much you need. But I was just watching a video today on David Cho, who I've told you about before.
Yeah, you're obsessed with this dude.
And he, even though he's like super rich off, unfortunately he got all his money in Facebook stock. So I don't know how he feels about the failure of the metaverse, but affecting his stock price. But he still, even with his a massive wealth, he will go to the Home Depot and just, they have like a oops section in the paint aisle of Home Depot where it's oops paint. Like
Yeah,
either
mist tints.
I don't know, someone ordered it and they screwed up the order, and then so he knows the guy that works there, and it's like the bargain bin of just paint, and you can get like I don't know how many liters or a gallon. It's probably like a gallon for like a standard paint thing. Instead of like $40, they're like $10. And then he said that he can like negotiate it down to like $2 because he knows the guy there. And he was also saying that there's like a free wood hack if you go to like the wood section where they have like the cut it yourself thing, and people you just grab free chunks of wood. And so he's still very mindful of how much he spends.
Yeah, and there's almost like a game to it, I'm sure, at that point too. Like he knows that he could spend extra money for all this stuff, but there's nothing better than a good deal, especially if it's, like creating art. And then he can tell everybody like, yeah, and like this is all recycled wood, or these are all mist tint paints that would have just been um, destroyed otherwise. So we basically made an accident into something really beautiful. That enhances the art, in my opinion.
No, that's a good way to. I didn't even think of that. That was very true. I'm sure it is kind of like a game for him in a way, because he could blow whatever, but or maybe it's just like the principle of it, and because he like grew up doing that, it's just like he doesn't leave you. Maybe
Ingrained in him.
Yeah.
I get that. Okay.
Yeah, there's I think there's got to be a Reddit called like Frugal. I think like
Frugal. I'm in all that shit. I'm in so many different Reddits I can't count anymore, and I love Reddit. Like, I can't believe they've banned me. I understand why they have, but like of any website that I use, aside from the streaming and Discord, if I'm bored, I'm on fucking Reddit. First thing in the morning, I'm on fucking Reddit. It's not Twitter. It's not Facebook. It's not Instagram. I'm on Reddit all the time. I learned so much interesting shit on Reddit. Reddit has made me smarter. It's made me into far more, like I say this with a passion, it's made me into far more of a well-rounded individual. I'm into so many different things I would have never been into before, especially when it comes to art or cooking or cars or books, literature, book of the month, like things that I normally would be like, oh, I don't have time for that shit. Which maybe I don't. I don't have time to just be like reading a book all the time. I'm doing other shit, but that doesn't mean that I can't follow along with people who are in book of the month clubs or book recommendations, or like they even have these really. I love these really like aesthetic Reddit subreddits that'll be like somebody will play like a show a picture of just like a mural, and they'll say, "Please recommend me a book that looks like this," or "Please recommend me music that sounds like this," and you know what I mean. Like you can get that kind of that kind of theme from something, and people be like, oh, like, so imagine you did a mural and it was like a deep dark forest or something like that. Somebody might say, oh, you should read like Sweeney Todd or like or you know, Frankenstein or something like that. And like that's a cool way that AI doesn't really. I'm sure it's for AI training at some point, because like 40% of all of AI is built on Reddit responses, and Sam Altman owns 10% of Reddit, so he has a vested interest in it. Um, but there's all kinds of stuff like that, dude. I did this thing. This is fucking brilliant in my own way. Okay, well, let me finish though, with you. Uh, you just need to continue to be strong, be patient. They're probably going to reject you, and that's okay. And you've got some other backups, which is totally fine. And guess what? They might not reject you, and you might be able to do that your mural this summer. So, you know, you're kind of in a win-win situation. You've got some good prospects. You've got ChatGPT that's helped you with a lot of the work, and you'll be fine.
Yeah, I mean, it might be some other opportunity. I mean, as long as I just keep the treasure hunt going. That's the other thing about murals, that it's like the part that I like of it is like the game of it. And, you know, it's like you see other artists that are doing like creative projects where like they're painting like a cruise ship, or they're doing like a mural in like a really sick hotel like lobby, or all kinds of mediums basically. Um, Another thing that I'm getting into is getting a sewing machine. I'm just gonna like sew these like crazy art, like my art, but like on clothing and stuff. Um, but yeah, I'm gonna keep on pushing.
A worry of mine would be, especially in LA, if I ever did a mural, the second that it goes up, it becomes a target for people to tag. Do you have that issue?
Um, yeah, I mean, that unfortunately kind of, I've definitely seen it happen. I've had friends of mine that have done murals, and then some disrespectful person just does their like black bubble letters over it. Um, I think that if you do it on a large enough scale, then it's not really a problem, because those people that are quickly doing bubble letters are not going to like go up on like a 15-foot ladder to go over your thing. So you can kind of avoid it with scale, but you can also avoid it, I think. I mean, it depends where, I guess, but if you do something really amazing, typically people like will respect it more. And like you have like cities like San Francisco or whatever, and I've been to San Francisco, and there's some like really amazing murals there, and they've been there a long time because they're really good pieces of art, and it's just like people respect it if it's good, I guess. But it does suck if you work hard on something and then some guy just scribbles over it, ruins it, and then you have to literally just go back and repaint the whole thing.
Yeah,
it is a risk.
It's just a matter of time. Long enough amount of time, every mural will get some kind of graffiti on it. Like they throw like tomato soup on paintings. You know what I mean? Like even like really expensive ones, like to prove a point or whatever. Hundreds of year old paintings. So I was wondering if there was any kind of like glaze or something that you could put, or like an epoxy that would protect your art, and then if somebody just like tagged it, you could just remove their tag pretty easily. And I'm sure that exists. I don't know how um, realistic it is, and also like a lot of times epoxies that are in the sun for long periods of time can cloud or they can yellow, which would change the color of your art, but it's just something that you have to go through. Um, okay, and anything else going on in your life you want to share?
I just got my new Yeezys ordered or received them from China that I ordered a couple weeks ago. Got here pretty quick. I'm just wearing them around the house because I had these pair of Yeezys that I wore in like, I don't know, a while ago, a long time ago, and they're like the comfiest shoe that I've ever worn. So I was like, I need a new pair of shoes because my other ones are falling apart. So I got these fake Chinese Yeezys, and they're pretty comfortable so far. So hopefully, hopefully they're gonna be super comfy.
Do they fit
Right
you?
now they feel like moon shoes, kind of like super spongy, which is what I like very like stable.
Do they fit
Like,
you?
really planted. Yeah, they do. They do fit pretty good. I thought they were gonna be too big, but they're not. They don't appear. They feel pretty snug. So.
What if I may ask? What size shoe are you?
Normally I'm a 10, but then on the internet they said to buy a size up because they're really narrow-toed shoes. So I got 10 and a half.
You're 6'4" and a 10.5.
Yeah.
That's small.
Well, 10.
Or 10. I'm 5'9" and I'm 5'9" and 3/4, and I'm a 13. I'm a freak.
Yeah, I guess.
What do you want me? What do you want?
People,
What do you want me to say?
Well,
I'm a freak.
my friend is a size 14, and he said that it's like nearly impossible to find shoes, like because his feet are so big. So you're almost in that category.
Exactly. I have very big hands. I have the hands of a 6'6" person. So I one time, this is like 10, 15 years ago, or like 10 years ago. I got into AliExpress at the time. Was like super high. It's still like China's biggest company. But they were trying to invade the United States market with cheap products. Basically, it was Temu before Temu, except I think the quality was better. Though I don't know because I don't use Temu. But so I started ordering stuff from AliExpress, and it was interesting. It was everything that Amazon was, except it just didn't come as quickly because it had to sit on a boat. And I thought, you know what, I'm gonna buy like all these shoes that I'm not a sneakerhead, but like I guess I've become one sort of. At least just having some knowledge of things, and I bought all of the Air Jordans, not every single pair, but the originals, and then like the different ones, like the main big ones, like maybe like 6 pairs or so. And I bought them. I took a risk, and I like when you would buy from those websites, they don't sell that shoe in like anything bigger than like an 11, because like Asian feet are pretty small, so it was really hard to find this stuff. And I found some that would say that they're like a 13. Anyway, all the shoes came and they were all too small. They were all just made for a smaller person, and I would like, I don't know, maybe wear them a couple times out, and they look like Jordans, but they hurt to wear. So I was wondering if you had the same issue, but you have a more common foot size, so that's good that they're comfortable and everything. And you can't tell the difference, can you?
Yeah, no, not really. I think the quality of these replicas. I mean, the shoe itself is like 10 years old or something, so they've had a lot of time to reverse engineer it.
Right.
And there's entire stores in China that are selling fake Yeezys. Like they can walk into like physical stores and stuff.
Right.
And it's pretty interesting how many knockoffs Yeezys. Like there's like a whole market. My only concern is that they'd get like stopped at the border or something because apparently ordering like replicas are not allowed or condoned, but usually people like it was just one pair, so I wasn't really worried. Like if you're ordering like 10 pairs, then they might care because it looks like you're trying to sell them. But
Right.
these are just for walking around. So.
Very well. Look who stepped in. What do you want to play, Riser?
You know, also William Montgomery. I got an ad that William Montgomery is coming to Vancouver in a couple weeks on my Instagram, and I was like, damn, I gotta go see this guy. But he's performing a little bit far away, and I mean, I could potentially drag a friend of mine out there, but I don't know if my friend is gonna like William Montgomery at all. So,
how much is an Uber?
William Montgomery. Maybe like $200.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Too far.
It's a long way.
Too far. I got you.
William Montgomery is the worst comedian I've ever seen.
Okay. Have you ever looked in the mirror?
I watched WWE. I watched the WWE Kill Tony, and Montgomery was performing, and I had to turn it off. It was so bad.
I heard he bombed. I didn't watch it because it's not like I love Kill Tony. I'm watching Kill Tony right now, right? Like the old ones, and I heard at least in the forum on Reddit that people were like, "Don't order this one. If you're gonna order one of the Netflix Kill Tonys, don't make it this one because it's not very good." So, what did you think of it, Zoo?
It's fucking terrible.
Okay.
Have you not seen his Kill Tony performances? Because he does pretty well most of the time.
Here's the issue. You picked The Undertaker as the guest, and The Undertaker wasn't in character. The Undertaker wasn't in character. The Undertaker has like this mysterious vibe to him.
Right.
And then, for whatever reason, in the last couple of years, he broke in character and gone on podcast, and now he's no longer the Undertaker, and everyone sees him as a real person.
Right.
Like,
that's true.
What? Just you made tens of millions of dollars just for like the guy made tens of millions of dollars for saying nothing and just walking and throwing people, and then he breaks the character. All he had to do was not talk, and now he talks, and now I don't know. Maybe
he's like super friendly and stuff. He's like, "Hi, I'm the Undertaker."
Yeah, like just be weird. Just be like, don't talk. Just don't talk.
Okay, but then he wouldn't be invited as a guest, and he wouldn't be on podcasts. He's made a lot of money, but he hasn't made as much money as you may think he makes. Those guys don't make that much money. They get a lot of publicity, but WWE has for years been, for like 40, almost 50 years, been screwing its wrestlers. It will not let them unionize. They don't get health benefits. So, like, he needs to make money at a later age. He doesn't just have the ability to be. His body can't take all the endeavors of being a professional wrestler. So, and I understand he has that reputation, but I get it. It's called breaking character, and he's done that.
John Cena made hundreds of millions.
Yeah, he was a little different. He came about later, and he also did movies and stuff. Like the Undertaker didn't do movies. John Cena did movies.
Yeah, he did.
Okay, what big movie was the Undertaker in that he was like a star?
I wasn't a star.
Yeah, I mean he might have like just.
He was in The Longest Yard.
That's true. But I mean, like Joey Diaz was in The Longest Yard. Like he wasn't able to retire from that kind of a paycheck. But John Cena did movies that were like where he was the star, so he made more money there. And then he also did a lot of like he sold a lot of merch as well. Not to say that the Undertaker didn't, but John Cena is arguably the biggest wrestler of the last 15 years.
Now, the Undertaker would have made a lot of money from touring.
They don't make that much money.
Solo touring?
just randomly going to different cemeteries and throwing people through tables.
At the cemetery?
Dude, I remember
Undertaker was a draw card. Undertaker was a draw card to WWE. He would have been one of the highest paid.
Yeah, okay. I'll look up what he made. I mean, these are facts that we can find out. I remember when the Undertaker first arrived on the scene in WWE, which is long before your guys' time. He was so scary.
WWF.
Yeah, exactly. WWF then. How much has the Undertaker made from the WWE? Now, a lot of this money is going to be from merchandise too.
When did he debut?
So, okay, over 30 years, he made $17 million. That's not that good. That's less than $1 million a year. I'm not saying that's terrible money, but that's not that great.
Well, he probably made like way less at the start than at the end.
That's true too. Dude, when he used to come out and they used to play that organ music, and he was managed by a guy named Paul Bear, and like he would face off against Hulk Hogan, and everybody would be like a Hulk Hogan maniac. Like Hulk Hogan was like one with America, like the biggest fucking deal. Like he was like the ultimate icon of the WWF at the time. And then you get this huge guy who they build at like 7 feet, who's really like 6'10", a really big dude, and he just wouldn't say anything.
Andre the Giant?
No. Andre the Giant was way bigger. No, he was like 7'3". No, he was way bigger, and the Andre the Giant was his own thing. I'm saying this is after Andre the Giant died, and they needed somebody to kind of be that big dude in the WWE, and that was the Undertaker. And he would go up there and he would he would roll his eyes back in their sockets, so he just had white eyes. It would freak out everybody. He was just like larger than life kind of a deal. And you think those guys, when they're doing that, they're like all instant millionaires, but they are not. They have a lot of bills, and they're on the road all the time.
No, not instantly, but the difference between the Undertaker is like household name, and like everyone knows the Undertaker.
That's true, but the money went to Vince McMahon. Let's be honest. Like, this guy only made $500,000 a year. Vince McMahon became a billionaire because of this.
Vince McMahon's not a good person.
No, he's not. Anyway, the Undertaker. Yeah, Tony Hinchcliffe's obsessed with wrestling, and so he merges these two worlds. Anything that he's into, he like merges into his world. And WWE definitely was. He did a roast of WWE last year that was not televised because it was so bad. And then this year they did Kill Tony Fest or whatever. It's.
Do you think John?
Go ahead.
Do you think John Cena's like? You think John Cena's like a icon of WWE now?
Yeah, he's kind of like become a little bit bigger though. I mean, I know he's supposedly like the number one person all time to do wishes, like meeting kids who are in hospitals who are going to die and stuff.
Who's bigger, The Rock or John Cena?
The Rock. The Rock is like arguably the most bankable person in Hollywood. He has like things in his contract that say he can't lose in the movie. He can't lose a fight in the movie. And if you look at the like when he's in a movie, it just basically becomes an automatic blockbuster. He isn't the top the absolute top banked actor in Hollywood, simply from the fact that I think it's Scarlett Johansson because she's like in all those Marvel movies and stuff, and those make so much money. But like she doesn't carry those movies as opposed to a movie. If The Rock's in the movie, it's like much bigger. Did either of you see the Rock that fighter movie? I didn't
Same.
either.
Who do you think the biggest? Who do you think the biggest wrestler in the world is?
I mean, I'm biased, but it to me will always be Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan made the WWF a thing. Before wrestling was really unique in the United States, there wasn't one national brand. There were just regional brands, and Vince McMahon from like Connecticut basically was able to buy all the smaller, um, all of the smaller ones, the smaller wrestling companies, and then kind of united them under the WWF, and then
Oh,
made um, made a lot of money on Andre the Giant, and then eventually Hulk Hogan, and then Hulk Hogan like had an entire other career with a different company, WCW, where he was huge. It was like so when you say like who's the biggest wrestler, it was like every kid. I mean, I didn't, but like every kid basically under 13 from the years 1998 or maybe 1996 to 2000 had a New World Order shirt, having no idea what that term meant because it was wrestling related, and he was like an icon of wrestling. Another big one
okay.
was Stone Cold Steve Austin. That was like the peak WWE. It's called the Attitude Era, where they
Okay.
where they would like rip off women's bikinis and they'd have like painted boobs and they'd show it on TV. It was, and then they would use blood. They would hit people with chairs. They don't do that stuff anymore.
No. Quick subject change. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not too quick though. Go ahead.
David's being charged with murder officially charged with murder.
Okay. I heard
Yeah.
Russell
David Attenborough.
Sorry.
Russell Brand or whatever was charged with rape as well. Is that true? I get all my celebrity news from Zoo, who gets it all from Instagram.
He got what, like he's been charged with 8 counts. It's like different accusers. And
Riz, are you ready to lose?
Yeah.
and he's charged with and David's charged with murder, and there's a lot of people that knew about the relationship and that was the motive behind the murder. There's a lot of people that knew about the relationship that should also be charged for trying to cover up the relationship and knowing of the relationship to begin with and not reporting it to authorities when they knew.
Do you think you should be charged?
I only found out about it after she was murdered. So I only found out who he was after she was murdered.
Same here. I feel I'm innocent in the deal. Do you know that both of you have invitations? Lizer knows.
Right on Zoom.
What else is new?
As per usual.
Zoot, you know you have an invitation? Hey, Zoot, you know I was on an Australian podcast yesterday?
Do you know that I was on an Australian podcast 2 months ago?
It was last month it aired. Yeah. So I had a feeling I had scheduled these things midday, and I just had a feeling that this guy, I hadn't done a follow up with him. Zoot, are you going to accept the invitation? I had every time that we've done this, we've had like 4 conversations now, 2 of which have been on podcasts. We normally do follow up emails to each other, like, "Hey, looking forward to tomorrow's discussion" or whatever, just as a friendly reminder.
I haven't got an invite.
Okay, Zoot, you've got like 12 invites, but that's okay. Okay, I just sent you one.
Now I've got the invite.
Okay, fine. And I just had a feeling, I don't know why, but I was like, you know what? I bet that if I don't send him an invite, if I don't send him a reminder, he's gonna forget or something. I just had a feeling, and
Rabbi.
dude, I'm in the middle of a fucking story, so shut the fuck up. And I figured,
You're water.
Okay, and so I figured he's not gonna show up if I don't send an email, and I was right that he did not. So I sent him an email when we were supposed to meet, and like 40 minutes later, he apologized. It's like 3 p.m. California time is like 8 a.m. like Brisbane time, something like that. And so he's like, I slept in. He apologized, and we did the interview, and it was good. It was on mega projects, and we talked about building a tunnel and bridge system from Southeast Asia to Australia, and we talked about greening the outback, basically like making it like a like suitable. And this guy's like an ultra Australian, like I don't know. He's like MAGA, but Australia. I wouldn't say that, but like he's like make Australia great again. He's like really into Australia, like Australian patriotism and stuff, which is cool. Like I like that about him. Like it's unique, and so I was like, you can use desalination and basically green the outback. There's a huge amount of land there. And he's like, but we don't want other people here. And I'm like, I understand, but you all want to have children and grandchildren, right? And you want them to have a place to live, correct? And he's like, well, yeah. And I'm like, well, they're not going to be able to live on each other in your like 6 major cities. And that's basically all that you have if you don't expand. Uh, and he's like, no, that makes sense. So we talked about building a Bering Strait tunnel, so that connects Asia and the United States. We talked about clearing the Darien Gap in an environmentally friendly way. That's the area between Colombia and Panama, so that you could drive from North to South America. We talked about. Did you just say fuck you?
I said the opposite of fuck you.
Okay, cool. We talked about we talked about building a bridge across the Strait of Gibraltar to connect Africa and Europe. We talked about building a space elevator. It was a really interesting conversation, and this time around we didn't fight, so that was good too. It was just an overall good conversation.
Did you hear about the like Saudi Arabia is building some building twice the size of the Burj Khalifa, and basically to do it they're using like super concrete, which is like 5 times more durable and expensive than regular concrete. And they're also using, instead of just regular steel beams, like the special face grade alloy that's like super dense, and they're like reinforcing the concrete with the super steel alloy or super metal alloy, apparently.
Word dog. Everybody knows
Very,
that.
very costly.
They requested that I be a consultant on their project.
Excellent.
Yeah, that should.
How did you propose the space elevator be built?
Yeah, great question. So the main issue is tensile strength of the cable. Like right now, steel cables work like a chain. Like they're only as strong as their weakest link. But there is an emerging type of technology known as carbon nanotubes. Basically, like imagine carbon fiber, uh, like carbon fiber cables, and these carbon fiber cables are much stronger than your typical steel cable, and would be able to theoretically take the weight and um, the environmental impact of being a space elevator. And he was all about that. He was like, and we discussed like it's a total waste of uh, of money just sending rockets up every single time. They're not always replaceable, and why would you spend all this money when you could just build a space elevator? And so we agreed on that, which was cool. And these conversations are really short. They're like just 20 minutes, so we didn't have like a ton of time to get into anything. There are elements of it that I like about it, but then again, it's like super short. And I wanted to talk about more. Like I wanted to talk about a Red Sea bridge, basically a bridge from Africa to the Middle East across the Red Sea that could be built. That may be very beneficial. But I just was able
The
to touch on
space
that.
elevator, though, like, is the point to cool the Earth by just turning ice or salt water into ice cubes, or what's the purpose of it?
No, a space elevator is a way to go into space where you don't need rockets. So basically, think of
No, you can transport anything up into space.
that's true. Yeah, I mean, it's basically a cable car transporter into space, but you don't need to use rocket fuel.
Right. I mean, doesn't it need like an anchor at the top of it to like hold the chain? Let's say just like you know how a
Zoot,
airlift
go!
goes around.
Yes, I know. Zoot,
wheel.
go! Yeah. So that it needs to be in geosynchronous orbit, and once you get it in geosynchronous orbit, it stays there permanently. Well, so long, like I don't want to say permanently. It needs slight adjustments, but basically, it's like if you get a cable from the Earth to space far enough, it will stay in geosynchronous orbit naturally.
Oh, so you just have to get it there and then
Exactly, it stays.
Float.
Exactly, like you know how satellites just kind of float in geosynchronous orbit.
Yeah.
It would be like taking a cable from one of those and bringing it to Earth. I've seen renderings of this, like really cool videos of people who have them, or who have created them. These theoretically came from Florida, but I don't think Florida would work that well. I think a place like Kuwait is like the ideal place to have it. The temperature is really consistent, or the conditions are really consistent. They don't have to worry about monsoons, hurricanes, or cyclones or anything. They have the money to be able to do it. And not only that, about like 3 years ago, I was in a Twitter space with a guy from Kuwait, and he's like, "This is never going to happen." I'm like, "Not only is this going to happen, but in the future, the people of Kuwait are going to listen to this conversation, and they're going to want to be the ones to sponsor it." So I want it to be in Kuwait.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be like having like basically like the Panama Canal, and
Exactly.
there's only one, which there probably wouldn't only be one, but that first one came out, there'd only be one.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. Just you're 100% right, but like there are.
Wouldn't they need like a Kuwait space program though to justify it, or there just doesn't even matter? They have the perfect environment. So
they have the perfect environment. You can use international relations for that kind of stuff. And I'm an advocate for building another Panama Canal, at least one. There's a way to do it through Honduras, and it was originally proposed before the Panama one, but it's just very mountainous. And then the other thing, there's the proposed Ben Gurion Canal, which is another Suez Canal that's basically through Gaza. And there are theories that the reason why what's happening in Gaza is happening is to make space for this new canal. There's also a thing that was announced recently. Israel is sending 300,000 people to Argentina to basically build a new country there. A lot of shit's happening. And these are like mega projects for the coming centuries. And like people don't realize it, but the earth is evolving.
What are they sending to Argentina? I didn't hear it.
300,000 people to create like a mini colony.
Say,
go in the water. You're fucked. Zoot, what happened to you?
I just had to go. I was just having a bit of mental health. I'm gonna take a break. I'll be back.
Zoot, don't go. Zoot, come on, we're gonna play Cutthroat. Zoot, are you ready to play Cutthroat? Alright, I'll take that as a no. I know. Okay, before we do another game, dude, I developed the sweetest fucking bot for making memes. Oh my word, is this fucking thing great. Alright, so do you know what Getty Images are? It's like all the Hollywood pictures are taken by a company called Getty, related to J. Paul Getty, founder of Getty Oil, at one time considered perhaps one of the richest people on earth. Anyway, so it's like basically their photo company, and usually you have to pay like huge amounts of money to use these people's pictures. But I figured out a way to just bulk download many different pages of these pictures. And so what I did is I just bulk downloaded like super hot women of history, like Audrey Hepburn and like Marilyn Monroe and like Mary Tyler Moore and like all these really pretty ladies. And then I built a bot that automatically creates, just takes their picture and at the bottom just says, please type Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube and filter by live with my link tree below at linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. And I've made like 500 of these memes, uploaded them to the internet in the last like 24 hours. And I haven't even been like focused on it. But yeah, so I got that going for me. So what's the purpose of this? Basically, if you create a meme and you just leave it, thousands of people will view it over the course of months and years. and it's just like basically free real estate, like that other meme. It's free real estate. It's like, why not create as much content as possible? There's a theory, there's a phrase in politics. I don't like the guy who's credited with it, Steve Bannon, but it's called flooding the zone. Basically, that's the theory. When you've got something bad, like pub publicity wise. Well, I don't have anything bad publicity wise, so I don't want to make it seem like that. But my thing is, I have another rabbi who is beating me in search engine optimization for my own fucking name, and so I've got to beat this guy out. He's dead. He's been dead for 60 years, 50 years, and but he's still beating me in search engine optimization. I've got to overtake that guy. So the way that I'm doing it is just flooding it with as much content as possible. And so yeah. Anyway, I want you to look at some of my memes. Can you go to a browser
Okay.
and type in IMG FLIP, image flip, IMG FLIP.
Okay, I'm there.
And then type into the search Rabbi Rothschild. I think that should work. Now, I haven't been doing this that long, maybe like 3 days, so these images haven't necessarily populated on Google yet, but they've populated on here. And you can see I have.
Please type Rabbi Rothschild on YouTube and filter by live.
Yeah, those are just. So here's the thing. I see that. Go down, like, those are just. Those aren't the memes. Those are really, frankly, the. Okay, wait, hold on. Those are just the templates that I used of like all the hot ladies. Um, so if you go to the section below that, you can see some of the memes that I've made. Those are so the ones.
Famous Kabbalist and Orthodox Jewish Rabbi Michael Mosh Rothschild.
Yeah.
Rothschild viral rabbi streams 24/7, 365 full feeds.
Do you see where it says images and then it says fun, and you can change that to all?
Yeah.
Change it to all, and then go to images, and you can see like I actually did make real memes. So like, do you see the one? Do you see some of them like Rabbi Rothschild hashtag viral rabbi is the most lovable person of all time, and then the thing.
Waiting for Rabbi Rothschild to go viral.
That one actually populated really well in YouTube, or on Google. So anyway, if you look at the views, like some of them have like 34 views, 78 views, 14 views, 57 views, 16 views, 9 views, 10 views, 77 views. Like they've only been up for like a few days, and so they do get views. And I don't think I'm going viral from doing that by any means. But when you type in Rabbi Rothschild into Google, it's just more shit of mine that populates. And I can only take so many pictures of myself that like are like interesting. Like I am not going to Bali tomorrow, and I'm not going to Paris tomorrow. So like the pictures that I do take are like I have pictures of me that I've uploaded from like the Hollywood sign and like Disneyland and like the beach, and those do okay, but they're not like I'm not like a big influence or anything like that, but memes do really well. So I think it's cool that I created this strategy, and we'll see how it goes. And
Probably like other people uploading your podcast or the podcast with your name in it also helps, or just other people posting about you.
Yeah, it does. It absolutely does. And
I mean, this is all hinging on like the fact that like when people search up your name, stuff will come up about you. And I guess you have. I was reading something where I was like, or maybe you told me where you're like, I know people are searching for me because it says Rabbi Rothschild Kit, Rabbi Rothschild Discord, Rabbi Rothschild Rumble.
Exactly. Yeah. When you know the Google suggestions when you type in Rabbi Rothschild, the suggestions all say that. Even to the point where it says Rabbi Rothschild and puts my whole Discord address in there. So I know people are searching this. It's just Google. I get it. Google is taking a historical person and keeping them ahead of me. It's like it would be like your name was, I don't know, Alexander the Great, and you're trying to outdo Alexander the Great. It's like, dude, it's really, really hard. This is a historical figure. It's not that difficult, but it's still difficult. Uh,
There's some guy who I talked to on Telegram who can allegedly just manipulate the Google search results data and get your link above every single thing,
Dog,
including the advertisements.
Dog, I don't even want to talk about that. I've worked with so many companies when I was in startups that say they can do that. Everybody says they can do that, and then you pay them a bunch of money, and they request you to pay for advertisements so that your whatever the word is goes above your competition. Yeah, it's a pay to play system. Don't believe anybody who says they can do it organically. The only way to do it organically is the way that I'm doing it, by creating tons of videos, tons of content, press releases, memes, GIFs, all that stuff. That's the only way to do it organically.
Yeah, no, he was saying that he literally was just altering the database of Google.
Oh yeah, don't you think Google gives just some random guy on Telegram the ability to do this?
That's just what he claimed, and whether that's true or not, who knows?
Okay, come on, let's use our heads and think. Google is a $1 trillion company. Why are they letting some random guy on Telegram have access?
No, he's not. He doesn't have permission. He allegedly is using some backdoor to get in.
Right. Okay, but I mean, don't you think that Google has their backdoors as tight as possible?
According to this source, they not as sealed tight as you might imagine.
Okay, then why wouldn't
But
he?
I don't think it's a good strategy.
Wait. Then why wouldn't
Google's
why wouldn't he make his result be number one when you type in search engine optimization when you type into Google, right? That if you could do that, then you would make your name number one for search engine optimization, right?
No, well then you're gonna get flagged. But if you just make it like when people search viral rabbi that yours comes up, then Google may not notice. But if you start fucking with like when you type in Facebook.com, when you type in Facebook, rabbi shows up. It's like they're gonna know.
Yeah. Okay. I will just straight up say this. Everybody says they can do that. I don't believe them. I mean, I've seen these companies make thousands of dollars off of suckers in search engine optimization. So, anyway,
That's interesting.
oh, dude, it happens so much. But I can tell you this: of all the things, they do have some good advice. They'll say write blog articles that are heavily um, indexed with search engine words or phrases, and that works. That works really well. I one time wrote for every city in Southern California and every, um, not just city, but even neighborhood. I wrote an article for our website on car washing, and it was a project that I had that I enjoyed doing it, and it allowed us to rank anywhere. You could type in uh, Irvine car wash, boom, we show up number one. You type in Los Angeles car wash, boom, we show up number one. You type in Beverly Hills car wash, boom, we show up number one. Even like neighborhoods, I would do neighborhoods of places where like you would type in what's a neighborhood. I don't North Hollywood like is a neighborhood. Boom, we'd show up number one. And Los Angeles is really interesting the way it was incorporated. Like a place like North Hollywood is a neighborhood of Los Angeles, but a place like West Hollywood is its own city. It's like, wait, isn't it Hollywood? Isn't it? And then the term Hollywood, there is no city Hollywood. That's just a nickname for Los Angeles. It's very confusing. Um, but like a city like West Hollywood has incorporated itself, basically broken away from the city of Los Angeles. North Hollywood is a neighborhood, and Hollywood in general means everything from basically, uh, well, it means everything in Los Angeles, but it can also mean like you could call Beverly Hills is Hollywood, even though Beverly Hills is its own city. Uh, you say the Hollywood glitz and glamour. Many times people are talking about those people who live in Beverly Hills. Anyway, I just think that that's an interesting thing. Like uh, that it's not that clear. Anyway, so I one time wrote these blogs on all of like car wash near you because that's what we wanted to rank for is car wash near you, and my blogs were everywhere. Were they the best written things at the time? Yeah, they were the best written things we could get, and then they worked so well that the owner of the business ended up uh, when I went to work I left him to work as an accountant because he wouldn't give me the time off that I wanted. Um, he hired this kid from Yale who was a creative writer, and he would take my articles and then write 5 articles on the cities that I had written on. And so we had this huge database of thousands of articles, and eventually, like, just dominate. I mean, that's why, like, even years later, years after that business is closed, like you said, when you like type in things for um, mobile car wash, we would show up. Like that's how much we dominated in the second biggest market in the United States. So I'm quite proud of that. Anyway, as people say, the biggest market in the biggest state in the United States. No, we'd say the biggest market in the biggest state in the biggest economy in the world. Anyway, that's that.
All with spamming internet prices.
I can't, dude. That's what I do. But um, I'll never forget where I was when I heard the term SEO. I heard these guys talking about SEO. I had just joined this company, and they're talking SEO, 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 and I'm like, "What are you saying?" They're like SEO. I'm like, "Okay, I just joined the company like yesterday. I don't know what that is." They're like, "It's search engine optimization. It's like the big thing on the internet. It's how you get your stuff to rank." And I'm like, "Oh, there's a science behind that?" And they're like, "Yeah, it's like a huge science. It's huge money, absolutely huge money." So we bring in these companies. We brought in a bunch of companies. We even talked with the biggest SEO podcast in the world. Um, he was very helpful, very very uh, innovative, very nice guy. I got that arranged. Anyway, uh, the SEO team that we brought in initially, these guys come in and they're like, they're telling us like how you can rank really well, and they're like, you need blogs, you need city specific blogs that will be very helpful to you. And so we're like, okay. So I'm like, I can write those in my free time at this business. And I'll never forget this man said to us that at the time, data was the number 2 most valuable resource on earth after water. And that triggered in my mind. Um, this was before the economists wrote about data had overtaken petroleum, but this stuck out in my mind that data was a resource and was extremely valuable, and people didn't realize it. And that was in 2017 when I heard that. And in its own way, like I think about that all the time. I mean, I've made data my backbone, and I think that that was a big day. That was a big day, and then another interesting thing when we had the guy from the biggest podcast on SEO in the world. Uh, he said to us, this was in like 2018 or something, that video was the um, emerging medium for the internet, and that like Google was going to be emphasizing video much more than text in the coming years. It's come to fruition to some extent, but he also planted a seed in my head that video was where it was at. It wasn't in audio necessarily. The audio's big. It wasn't in photos. It wasn't in text. It was in video. And like those two little things, think about it, from what I talk about and what I do, like really impacted my life. And now here we see that I'm flooding the internet with as much content as possible. I mean, Riser, do you know anybody who makes as much content as I do?
I don't think that's
I don't think it's
possible.
possible. Exactly. I would say this. I think I make more content myself than all your friends combined easily. You don't have 25 streamer friends, and I am live on 25 different streams, generally 24 hours a day. Sometimes they do go down when I'm asleep, but I still have some of them going, three, four, five of them going, and it's certainly on the different platforms. It's an incredible amount of data that I put out, and I don't know anyone. Like, it's a really unique strategy that I've used. That why not create as much? Why not be the person to create as much content as is absolutely possible? Nobody else thinks like that, and I think once people start to hear about it, they will. But anyway, I did this podcast yesterday. It was really good. It was on Mega Projects. It was 20 minutes. There's another podcast that I've made arrangements to do. I don't know if this is going to work. I think it will. Just take time. There's this guy. He's got 49,000 followers on Twitter. He was the first Uruguayan hacker who was sent to jail or something like that. And I want to be on his podcast. He has a big podcast. And then also Morelight paid like $500 to do these press releases that I wrote for him, and he submitted them, and I kept checking. I did not see. I saw them published, one of them, but they wasn't distributed anywhere, which was the big thing. That's where it was going to be in the Boston Globe and all these other places. And he got a message saying that the article that we wrote wasn't. They didn't consider it newsworthy enough. I mean, and that's a good point. I just wrote. Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu is the best cryptocurrency in global history. Like, that's a hard thing to prove and whatever. So we rewrote the press releases under the guise of Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu launches a new merchandise site to celebrate my having spent 1,000 days in their Telegram or something like that, which is more newsworthy. And so they did launch their own site for merch that earns the company money or whatever, um, or earns the cryptocurrency money. Anyway, so I've got that going for me, which is cool. And
We've got an invite.
oh, tight! That's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear. I've got an invite. So I'm gonna now go. I'm gonna check my invites, and then I'm gonna dominate you. Oh, you're just looking to get your ass kicked early this morning, aren't you? And you're going first?
I'm sorry. Are you complaining? Twang?
Twang. It's like,
What the fuck is twang?
you don't know what twang is? It's like the way that people in the South speak. It's like that Southern twang. That's what that's known as. I guess it's just like a way that someone speaks.
Oh, what the fuck?
Do you want?
And the time ran out. God damn.
Do you want your turn back?
No, I deserve to lose it. I thought I had way more time. Not paying attention.
Look at this lead. Already up 13 points on my man. But don't worry, he'll get all the S's, all the X's, all the Q's, all the Z's. Dog, I'm gonna dominate you so badly in this game. It's not even close.
Once I get these god awful tiles out of the way.
I'm up 33 points. We've played like 5 turns. 33 points is a giant lead. Maybe one of the biggest leads in the history of the game this early. Especially considering I went second and
Shush. Oh my god. Yeah.
I'm just busting your balls. I've gotten really good tiles this far. Oh, that was good, dude.
Talking during the backswing is the only way you can win. By just spouting a whole rant of bullshit while I'm trying to think. Cheating. But that's okay. Still gonna win.
Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. No. No, get out of here. You're guessing. You don't have a word. You're just throwing tiles on the board. Your time's running out, big man. Oh man,
Yeah.
that would
I
have been.
wish there was a letter I could have plopped on top of that.
That would have been huge. A jar's a really good word, though.
It's really stupid J. Yeah, Rise are making a comeback. I guess I got rid of tiles, so it wasn't all bad. Just waiting for you to plop down some S's for the group. What the fuck? Nice. Thank you. That was good. That was horrible. Wow, skill. Oh, way to close it off. That was good. Yes. Yeah. A little bit. Points. There wasn't even a 2-letter there. What?
There was a 3-letter there.
Yo, I need a replay.
A 3. It was 3 words.
That's great.
It was three words.
That is. There's no like bonus.
There was a 3-word bonus.
There's not a 3-word bonus there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there is.
Look at you, just wasting a cue.
On fire. Yeah, I did kind of waste it there a little bit. We both know you're just gonna play key anyway, so that's the only cue. Quid or quit or quill or key. Those are the only cue words I've ever seen. Thank you for contributing to look at this.
That was good.
Someone's got a mess. Cheat. Oh wow. Nice.
You know what kind of music is going to become really popular in the future?
Moon music.
Fuck you.
I could have played the K there for so many more.
Hey, Rabbi.
What up, Zoo? You doing okay?
I was thinking about getting on antidepressants, but then I was thinking that on antidepressants, I might be tempted to overdose on antidepressants.
Well, you need something, big dog.
That's the dilemma I'm having.
Okay, why don't you get on the antipsychotics for Tourette's? Your country offers free health care. You brag about it, but you don't use it.
Your country offers free healthcare.
No, it does not. Healthcare in the United States is extremely expensive.
Why do you think that is?
Companies putting profits before people. You, my friend, though, again, for the entire time I've known you, you need a therapist. You need someone with whom you can speak regularly about what's going on with you.
You need a therapist.
Baby, I'm a bunch of people's therapist, and I'm of any person you know in as good of mental health as you're gonna find.
I think the homeless guy down the street has lived in that life than that.
I think so too. That's why you need help, my man. And we're here to help you. We want you to be healthy. Riser, this game is a lot closer than I want it to be. What are the how many tiles are left?
Let me see. What the fuck? How do you spell devious?
Devious.
Oh.
So you have an S?
I have anything you want tile.
Oh, I see. So they're just giving you the win.
Unfortunately, yeah.
The less people who know about the Ponzi, the better.
About Fonzie?
Yeah. You want to be early to the Ponzi.
Fonzie, like the guy from the Muppets? Or Fonzie, like the guy from the Happy Days? Oh, major miss. Major miss. That's like stepping on my balls. Dog, you colluded with Zoot to distract me about Fonzie. How many tiles are
you're done. There's 0 tiles left.
Oh, fuck this. You did collude with Zoot.
Ponzi, yeah. I got $12 to my name right now.
Aren't you going to Melbourne this weekend?
Not anymore.
Where did all your money go?
Drugs.
Zoot, what are you doing, dude?
Drugs.
What drugs?
Heroin. No, I'm kidding.
What drugs did you buy, Zoot?
None.
He's pandering with Balthazar.
Shut the fuck up. That's our hero, dog.
GG.
Wow. Great way to have Zoot distract me so you could play sized about Fonzie Bear or Fozzie Bear or Fonzie. Zoot, where did all your money go? Did it go to crypto? You bought that stupid coin, whatever it was called, dog or something. Not dog with hat. Well, oh, monkey. Zoot, where did all your money go?
Yeah, it's way too late for me.
All right, big
5
man.
a.m.
No,
I'm
no,
gonna
no.
go to sleep.
I know.
Good
Come.
chatting.
Hold on. Listen to me. Get your sleep. Come back. Be here at 8 o'clock, and then we'll watch a documentary, and we'll get into a rhythm, and then we'll get our hours back. Okay?
All right.
Can we do that?
Y'all come a little earlier.
Wait. Can
I
we?
came earlier, but you were
Dude, you
like,
came at 1 a.m. Okay? Listen to me, and I mean this. 8 p.m. tonight. Let's watch the Richard Branson documentary. Okay?
all right.
Excellent. So I'm
It
gonna.
might be a little later, like 10, but I'll try to do it.
Dog, well, that's a 2 hour shift. You have to understand, I'm waiting on you, and if you don't come in, then I'm like, well, I get tired too, and I want to go to bed. Let's get our hours back to normal. That way, we're not up till like, 1 or 2. We'll be up till like 11 or 12, which is like more healthy.
Okay.
Just do that.
No, I need to fix my goddamn sleep.
Exactly.
Okay.
So come in at 8. It's fine if you need to make dinner or whatever, around that time. I don't care. You can do that while you're making we're watching the documentary. But we got to get our hours back. So I'll see you tonight at 8, God willing. Okay.
All right, bet.
All right.
Here.
Hey, best wishes with the mural. Keep me posted.
Hell yeah.
Hey, good job in literati too. That was really good. Take care, my man.
Yeah, that fucking S.
Sized, dog.
And the Z. Got the S and the Z.
That was baller. No doubt about that, man. What were you saying, Zoot?
And he left.
Dog,
I was gonna say, Zoot. I don't know what the fuck is bothering him, but
he needs. My man Zoot needs.
Like everyone conquer. You gotta conquer all the negative emotions.
Dude, it's
not exactly easy.
It's been getting worse and worse, and I mean, I know he doesn't have I told him, I know you want to go to bed, but I told him before he was going to Melbourne. I said, "You're not going to Melbourne." He's like, "Yeah, I am. I made plans." I'm like, "Dog, I know you. You're not going to Melbourne." He's like, "It's only an hour flight or whatever." I'm like, "Yeah, but Riser, you know this. Melbourne's expensive in comparison to just the life that Zoot's living. He has no income coming in, and like a hotel room.
You have a car?
He doesn't have a car. He's taking a flight.
Oh.
So that's like pretty expensive, and I don't know, like getting a hotel, getting an Uber, eating, all that shit's expensive. That he's looking at like at least $1,000 for the weekend, I would say. Maybe I'm a little off it, but if he's staying multiple days in a big city, it's going to be expensive. And I told him, dude,
he's going to see comedy?
Yeah, exactly. He wanted to see his comedy friends there. I'm like, dude, you're not going to do
Doesn't
that.
he? Oh, he has friends there.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. Come on. They're like the people.
Well, you just said that.
I'm saying that he says he has friends there. These are the people from the comedy club who won't let him open for them. But I was like, okay, Zoot, you think you're going to go there and whatever. I didn't mean to shit on his plan, but I'm just like, you have no money to be doing this kind of stuff. I told him, why don't you just go get a hooker? Like, get your mind off it. Go have some fun with some chick. The hookers there are like extremely prevalent, and it's legal, or it's legal like everywhere except where he is, or some shit like that. Why don't you go do that? He's like, I can't afford it. I'm like, dude, you're gonna go to Melbourne, which is like $1,000 for a weekend at least. I mean, look, I don't know how much flights are, but maybe $300 for a flight. Maybe there and back, maybe $300. Then a hotel is going to be like at least $100 a night, and you might have to stay 2 nights or so. That's $500. Then meals in a big city, probably $100 a day. So if he's there 2 or 3 days, I mean, right there, that's $700. That doesn't get him into any comedy clubs. It doesn't include Uber. Uber's going to be, because he doesn't have a car, it's going to be another $100 a day. So that gets him to $900. Getting into the comedy club is going to be probably another 20, 30, 40, $50 for a couple nights. Like right there, that's $1,000. It's $950. But I mean, I'm sure that he'll get a cup of coffee or whatever. And I told him, I don't think that you're gonna go. And he's like, I'm going. I'm like, dude, I'm just telling you that I don't think that you're gonna go. Um. Anyway, he's not in a good mental state. I keep telling him, you need to seek professional help. I'm not a professional psychiatrist, and I don't want to be. There's a reason why I did not get into that field, though I think I could be very good at it. I don't want other people's problems. It's very negative, and I can be a I can be pastoral support to some people, but at the end of the day, I don't have all the abilities that a psychiatrist has to prescribe you perhaps the medication that you need. And I have been fighting with him for over a year that he needs to go seek psychiatric evaluation, and he he instead just said that he was autistic so that he gets $1,000 from the government a month, which is fine. I don't even know what autistic means, but I do know that he has bigger issues than whatever he's saying he's getting just so he can get a stipend from the government. And he's he keeps coming in here and saying all kinds of things about SUICIDE, and uh, he called the lifeline or whatever, and he'll just randomly say like really sad things like, I'm gonna KILL, like whatever, he's gonna like do harm to himself, and I don't want that. I want Zoot to live a wonderful life, but he's just in this spiral, and if he doesn't seek medical help, like I don't know what to do with him. And he's like, I don't want to get prescription drugs with the pharmaceutical industry, all this stuff. They do some good things. There are a lot of people who use their medications and you've had really good positive things from them. Not everything that comes from that industry is negative, and I just it's a bigger problem than I can control. I miss the old Zoot who would come in here. I guess when he would come in here and talk about how he's a millionaire. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do. Do you think the money is what is making him so sad? Like, what the fuck changed?
The money didn't help. There was a period where he didn't come in here for like a month, and he went from having $1 million in crypto to $40,000 in crypto, and now I think he's gone down to nothing. He's living off the government, and um, so that can't be a happy transition. And then to add to that, he so he was going to be an exotic dancer. You remember this, and I was really proud of him. He would come in here every single day and tell me how much he weighed in kilograms, and I didn't know what that meant. But he would then, like we do the thing to pounds or whatever, and like, man, you're doing really well. And he's like, I almost have a six pack. I almost have a six pack. All I need is a six pack, they say. And I kind of knew in the back of my mind, if Zoot looked like a bodybuilder, he still has the personality that can be very off-putting to a bunch of really hot chicks. Like Zoot has shit in the punch bowl, uh, personality disorder. If that was a thing, where everybody could be having a good time, and then he's gonna mention, uh, like the slaughtering of people.
Insert random hate speech.
Exactly. Exactly, Riser, 100%. And you can kind of get that vibe from him. I'm sure you can much easier in person and everything. And so the guy told him, "You need a six pack." So Zoot worked really hard on a six pack, and he looked at and like I was really proud of him, and I would tell him, "I'm really proud of you." And then he went to the guy after Zoot did all this work. He would go to the gym just about every day, and the guy was like, "Yeah, we're not interested," or something like that. So Zoot put in all this work and then got rejected. And I told him, "Dude, you could, if you wanted to, just go to another male strip club. Like there are others where you live, and you could try to get hired there." And he's like, "No," and it just like it shot him down. But then he was like, "I'm gonna be a stand-up comic," and and he told me, "Rabbi, I'm going to be on television in January." And I was like, with your comedy, no way. There's no fucking way. You're not funny. You're offensive. And he's like, "No, I'm going to work on it and I'm going to do it." And I was like, "Dude, we could come up with a comedy routine for you that's really good and really tight and they can show on television. But right now, your comedy, they can't show that on television." And he's like, "No, I'm doing it my way." So I said to him, "Okay." I even planned that. We even did the math. It was like in the fall. I was like, "Dude, there are approximately 16 weeks or something until you're saying this Raw Comedy Festival is or whatever. So you need to make sure that you go every Monday for the next 16 weeks and work on your shit." And he's like, "All right." And he went maybe 8 of them, which is still good. Maybe 10, something like that. But he wouldn't work on his he wouldn't work on one set. He would just come up with something new, and come up with something new, and come up with something new, which is fine. But that means none of your comedy is going to get developed, and also you're not going to be comfortable with it. And believe it or not, he gets on the.
I mean, William Montgomery does that. I mean, or every Kill Tony kind of standard.
Yeah, but
I don't think it's that.
Hold on. But he writes it down. He writes it down. He's basically not a stand-up comedian. He's a reader, which is fine. But there's a certain amount of connection that you lose with the audience when you just sit there and read cards to people. And I get it because
That's still his form of stand-up, and that it's like I think he's doing it like ironically somewhat.
no,
At least that's how
he's doing it because he's lazy.
I know he's reading off the card, but it's like
he's doing it because he's lazy, and I'll tell you why. A real stand-up comedian, and I watch these people on Kill Tony, these girls on Kill Tony, and the other regulars. They come up with a 1 minute, and it's memorized, and it's tight, and it's good. William likes to play video games and bang out his ex-girlfriend, and would like to get drunk and things like that, and so he doesn't have to memorize things. He puts them on cards. It's a crutch, but he likes to do that. Joe Rogan told him, "You don't need this, dude. You're not as good a comedian as you could be because you're not connecting with the audience. When you normally could be making eye contact with people and showing facial expressions, you're just reading to them some really funny jokes." But I'm not putting that down, but you're losing the connection to the audience. And I've got to say,
I agree, and it's like 3 jokes, like not even anything to memorize.
Now that's the thing. In 1 hour, if you worked at it, you could get those jokes down. William Montgomery comes from a very smart family. His dad's a lawyer. His mom's like well mannered. It's not like he couldn't put the work in. To me, it shows laziness. And I like William Montgomery. He can be super funny, but his funniest moments are when he was on cocaine and drunk. And I'm not saying that's good for his life, but that's when he was really fucking funny. And he'd be like yelling at, "What are you fucking looking at, you stupid bitch?" in the front row. That kind of shit is so funny. But like now he's just, I'm not saying he needs to be like all fucked up on drugs. I think it's good that he's not. But his comedy lost a little something, which, that happens. Okay, I don't want to take up any more of your time, but keep zooting your thoughts, and I'm gonna just keep pushing on him to get a therapist.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to talk to him. I feel like Like, I don't know what's in his head exactly, but feel like, yeah, well, you focus on pros. Like, if you could just, like, ignore this problem somehow.
Well,
but maybe they're unignorable.
there are medications available, and he ignores them, and they're free to him. And so I almost I don't think you should blame people for their own mental illness, but I think you can blame people for not getting help when it's readily available. So there's a difference. Like, I don't blame him for having Tourette's. I don't blame him for having depression. I don't blame him. That's not something to blame him. But I do blame him for not seeking help. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, he thinks all vaccines cause autism. Yeah.
Well, and
But,
this thing that he's stuck in the past on with his things that happened in high school, dude. We all have things that happened to us in the past. Everybody does. I hear it with stand-up comedians all the time. Like, the second their head hits the pillow, they think about that one time they farted in the middle of the bus and everybody was laughing at them, or the one time that they snorted, or the one time that they asked out a girl and got shot down. Like, they you know what I mean? They talk about this constantly, and it's kind of one of those things where um, you just and then he'll put up these scenarios like, would you rather? I get so many would you rather's. Would you rather? Would you rather? Would you rather? Would you rather? And I feel I do a good job taking on just his questions where he doesn't know what he's gonna say. He just wants to say something, and I don't shoot those down on time travel and reverse aging and avoiding death. The one thing I don't want to hear is uh, ending your own life. I don't want to hear those kinds of conversations. That's not good for my stream. It's not good for people to hear. It's not good for him to talk about, and killing others. Like, those are two things that I just don't think. If you want to have real sociological discussions about those things, I'll have them in a serious educational manner, but not just because we're playing Mancala and you don't have anything that you have to talk about. So you say, would you rather kill someone who was your bully in high school or someone who heckled you on the stage? Like, I don't want to have those conversations. Those aren't real. And
yeah, no, they shouldn't the past that he's so hung up on. Like to me, I mean, it's not like his life is ruined. Like, he's still got his brain.
He could do
works well enough.
He could do so much good stuff. He has a clean record. He has an able body. He could easily get a job in security, and he doesn't want a job. But even if he did, he's going to have that shit in the punch bowl moment where. But he could work in a restaurant, or he could work behind, not as a server, but or a host, but or a manager, but he could work as a chef or something. There are things that he could do. He could also, I mean, he has these pipe dreams of being a trader or whatever. He wants to turn, maybe the worst thing that ever happened to him was buying those uh Pokemon cards, and they, then turning that into crypto, because he made a whole bunch of money doing it and now he keeps blowing money. I mean, it's kind of one of those things. Um, he is, he needs a profession. He needs some stability in his life, which would be Zoot once a month or once a week or whatever your behavior professional feels is necessary. You need to connect with someone and talk about your mental health with them and what you're feeling, and they can prescribe things to you and you can make adjustments with medication. But right now it doesn't help him to come in here and say, uh, I tried to there was this girl who liked me when I was 15 years old, and uh, I should have asked her out, but I didn't. And then just last week, I friended her on Instagram and she blocked me. Like that. I mean, you could shoot your shot, man. But as I told him, dude, those women are married by now. They have families. They don't want anything to do with you. You're the past. And maybe she did like you. That's cool. But that's the past. Find someone who likes you now. Um, Something happened to Zoot, I think, when he said when he was a little kid he did not have the ticks. But you know what, Riser, I have to say, for all that I say of Zoot, I feel really badly for him. His dad died when he was 1, and that's yeah. I didn't think you did know that, and that's devastating to me as his friend. Like I don't. It makes me so sad, and it doesn't have as much of an impact on him as maybe it does, and I just don't know psychologically. But he doesn't talk about it that much. But it does have to do with his fear of death. And sometimes I'll press him on it. Zoo, why are you always so death oriented? And he's like, because my dad died when I was 1, and there's nothing I can say to that. That's like, you're absolutely right. There's nothing. I'm so sorry, but that means he didn't have like a male figure to look up to when he was a little kid. Um, he doesn't have a father who he could just call up and have his support right now. It's so for all these things that like we say, Zoot, you need to get your shit together. We don't know what that kind of a loss is like, and I don't know how his dad died. I've never pressed the issue, but it's incredibly sad to know that like our friend um, lost a parent at such a young age, and uh, he's still dealing with it, and he has no memories of his father, but uh, just just really sad. And
Yeah, I mean, it's almost better to lose them before you have memories, arguably. I mean, like, I was with a kid who lost his dad on our hockey team when he was like 8 years old. I was like I just feel the weight of like the situation. Our whole like hockey team like went to like the like funeral thingy or celebration of life or whatever. That was bad.
yeah, I know a
Yeah,
kid.
really, just a void that you have to deal with.
Absolutely. I knew a kid who lost his dad. I'll never forget my mom. Like we got a call early in the morning before school, and these people were at our house for a party like 48 hours before, and their dad just he was like 39 years old, very young, and he died. And this kid's actually pretty successful now. He's married. He's got a good job. He's got his own house. That's all really great, but uh, it changed him. It changed him. He became very depressed, very sad. Very sad what happened. So I understand what you're saying. Like it's almost the phrase. It's better to have loved and lost than to never have loved at all. It's almost the opposite of that. It's to some extent. It's better to have never loved at all than to have loved and lost with the loss of a parent, perhaps. Um, Almost like a child, too. Like it's better to have never had the child, maybe, than to have had a child, put all this work into them, and then have their death. Does that make sense?
Yeah, or my mom's like cousin, I think, or uncle or something. Um, he was like 5 years old, and his younger brother, who was 3, they were like playing outside, and like a drunk garbage truck like ran over his younger brother and killed him, and he like witnessed that when he was like
that's
5 years old.
So this is your mom's. One of your mom's uncles died this way.
Yeah,
Oh, that's
or
terrible.
cousin, I'm not sure which, but yeah, someone. It was like her grandmother's, her great grandmother's son. So yeah, I guess uncle. But yeah, he witnessed that when he was like 5 years old, and then grew up just like probably with a lot of demons. Didn't, yeah,
That's
never form like a full life, I guess.
that's why I am an advocate of the development of the type of technology known as memory erasure, especially for people with post-traumatic stress disorder or just bad things, bad memories. They shouldn't be haunted by those things. There should be a way, hopefully in a private way, that they could go into just like an AI system and be like, yeah, I have these memories of, this drunk driver who killed my brother, and I want those to go away. And the AI removes those memories and also doesn't like hold that information against them in the future or something. Like that's a touchy subject, especially with like big data and tech companies, but wouldn't that be nice that people could just be like, I don't want to remember this anymore?
Yeah, I mean, as long as it was like used responsibly, like I don't know, would your emotions be different after that? Like
Yeah.
all that
Yeah.
trauma has like formed you into like the person that you are,
Yeah.
and you're still gonna be like that person that you were, but just absent of those memories.
You would
Like
be.
you wouldn't want people to just delete like every single bad memory, please. Almighty AI, get rid of them. Fresh slate. I want to be only happy ideas.
I
Memories.
actually don't think that's that bad. That'd be okay.
No, because you need polarity to balance you out as a person.
I get that, but anything that you
just to some degree, you don't need to be like tortured.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So, perhaps there could be some memories that you would want to keep that were um, help you grow, but others you people should not be haunted by things. And in a situation like Zoot, where he got into a fight when he was a young man, like maybe not even he was like maybe 13, 14, 15, something like that, and his mom got scared and had him change schools, and that changed his entire life. And he went to a new school, and all the kids made fun of him, and because he was the new kid or whatever, and none of the girls liked him. And like if he had a male role model there, the male role model might have been able to say to his mom, he doesn't need to change schools. Boys have fights. Boys will forgive, perhaps not forget, but he's not in danger. Um, they're all it's a what if game, but he's haunted by these memories. And I explained to him in some ways some of the memories he has are not that big. Like, okay, so a girl rejected you or whatever, you got rejected, whatever, you rejected some girl, whatever. um, but the things like losing your dad at one, there's nothing I can do about that to make that situation better, uh, except talk to him about revivification technology and explain to him that, hey, there are positive things in the future. You may be able to get that person back. It's not every time I talk with someone who has lost somebody close to them, but I've had a lot of conversations on the stream and talking to people about revivification technology, and they're like, it brings some closure to as much as it can to some people that, hey, there might be a way to get these people back. Just be patient.
And like, yeah.
That to me,
I mean,
that to me is a really important, like aspect. Like I lost my grandparents. I two grandparents I never met, and two that I lost as a young person. And so the two that I never met, I really don't know anything really too much about them. I mean, I know some things like I had a they were well off. My grandfather was like owned his own business, and my grandmother would have like she was like she didn't have to work. She just was a housewife, and they were well off. They had really nice cars and things like that. But I never met them. The grandparents that I did know um, were uh, like very smart people and engineers and really really handy, like really just extremely engineer oriented individuals. And I I learned about a type of technology. Like when I lost my grandparents, especially my grandfather, I remember like I lost my best friend. I was around him all the time, and he had a major impact on my youth. I not only had two really good parents, thankfully, but I had two really good grandparents and a grandfather who was retired and could spend all the time with me making sure I was good at math and I was a good reader so that when I got to school I could just smoke the kids because I was like really advanced. I was really fortunate. I've got to say, I had an excellent, like, there are a lot of kids out there who don't have good male role models. I had, in my own way, too many good male role models, like really good people. Not just my parents, not just my family, not just grandparents or anything, but the people who my parents were around, coaches. I had just like abundance of good male role models. Like, there are some kids, and I feel very badly for them, where they have no male role models and there are the fortunate ones who I have who had good religious leaders around us, good families of people, and so I try to take that understanding and try to use it for good and to help people. In terms of my grandparents, though, I know about a type of technology that gives me some uh, happiness, and that is so I want to revivify them, God willing. I'll be able to do that someday. It's like a goal of mine. But before I do that, there's another type of technology where, like I know my family. I don't know exactly where because I don't have like direct contact with them. Though that's not. Uh, I just kind of don't want them to know about my stream. So um, during the pandemic, I just was basically like, I'm going to be doing my own thing, and I don't want to talk with you. And I've gone years without talking with them, and I get letters from my family, just hope you're doing all right and things like that. But and I have had some contact with members of my family that I think uh, they have. Communicated to my family, to my parents, but really I've gone years without direct contact. And I
So you're like parents?
yeah, um, I don't want them to know about my streams. I don't want them to know about what I do, and so I haven't told them directly.
Why don't you just not tell them?
Well, I mean, they're like if I called them and was like, hey, how are you guys? They'd be like, oh, what are you up to? And I'd be like, oh, I live stream my life 24/7 for World Peace. And they'd be like, oh, and they'd go into my streams and like, I don't know, they they've seen me as a much more religious person and professional. And
Well, what do they think that you're doing?
I think they think I'm just living my life. But I think that perhaps some people, like perhaps from like somebody's communicated something to them. I think at some point, if they Googled me, they could listen to my uh, my podcasts and things. So I don't know. I know that, but they're living their own life as well. So I mean, there was a big
So, I mean, you can always just go on mute and just call them and just not talk about your true
yeah.
life.
There
Or just
there they during the pandemic, before I started streaming, I took a very hardline stance, and I'm sure you can pick up on what I'm saying. I don't want to say it on my streams, but I took a very hardline stance on a certain uh, medical procedure that I did not want done to me, and I had warned my parents for years that this was coming because I had heard that it was coming, and they are they're listening to their community and all the other things. And I told them, if you do this, I don't want to talk with you. I'm going to be hurt. And I was hurt. I was really hurt, because it was like they hadn't listened to me, even though I had been telling them for like at that point 12 years. I told them there's a pandemic that's coming, and I think at the time I might have used the term epidemic, but and they're going to force everybody to do this certain medical thing, and don't do it. It's experimental technology, and so there was a little bit of a fight, and I cut them off.
I mean, arguably, they do not have I don't know if they're working or whatever, but like people with jobs who are like practically forced to do it or lose their job if they didn't get it.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't get.
And,
I think there was like they just felt like everybody else was doing it, and I was hurt by this. I was really hurt, and the last communication that I recall to my parents, it was like, I don't want to talk with you anymore. Um, I was very hurt because it was like, no matter how hard I worked at trying to tell them what was happening, I was always going to be their son who just, they had wiped my butt as a little kid, and they're not going to take me seriously. And uh, the last time my family visited, uh, we I wasn't yet a rabbi, but I was in the process, and my parents were positive towards it, and I had asked for their permission and everything, and my family had met my rabbinical colleagues and been to my shuls, and met my community and ate Shabbat and Shabbat dinner and lunches and the whole thing. They'd been to they'd seen my religious life, and I am someone who knew this was coming. I didn't know when it was coming, but I had seen the writing on the wall, and I had warned everybody that I knew about it. And you know, then when it started to go down, there's this. Uh, it's an English folk tale, I guess. It's called Henny Penny. Have you ever heard of this? Basically, it's the idea. It's in a bunch of different. It's in a bunch of different, uh, like, um, a bunch of different countries, like stories. But it's the idea that there's this chicken called Henny Penny, and they're running around the yard, and they go underneath a tree, and an acorn falls on their head, and they start yelling to everyone, "The sky is falling! The sky is falling! The sky is falling!" And then the whole city ends up getting really scared because Henny Penny said the sky was falling, and that's kind of how I felt with what was going on, and so I just
yeah, no, I read all these like crazy 4chan posts on like the paranormal board of like how it was like MRA and there's like graphene oxide in the vaccine.
All
and
that.
That's like a portal for demons and whatnot.
Well, I don't want to say that, but it just I did not think that this was a good thing because it was experimental. That's just how I felt about it, and
Yeah.
and I was heartbroken, and I still am that like my family didn't listen to me. So because of that, in combination with me streaming my life, I've just kept as much distance as possible. But with that being said,
Well, I mean, I told my parents about the my schizo like 4chan knowledge about the vaccine, but then and I didn't get it, but then I think they all got it, and I was like, wow, seriously?
there you go.
You
So
guys are gonna be like the sheep.
there
I'm
you
gonna
go.
Be like the black sheep that's like all red pilled.
There you go,
or
dude.
whatever.
Okay, so you.
But they're like reading the news, and they're like, oh, we don't want to be in a ventilator in the hospital. And
Exactly.
they trust the science, blah blah blah. And
Wait.
It's like the science is experiment, like not proven
Wait,
at
exactly.
all or tested at any length like a vaccine should be.
Exactly. And that's
on anything. There's no studies, and it's mRNA like altering your DNA. But
wait, all that.
whatever.
So you and I are of one mind on that, and so basically, I just cut my family out of my life, and I
Do you
know.
think you should forgive them though? A little bit. Like,
Yeah, no,
I mean, I was cheesed on my parents, but then I realized that they're boomers, and boomers are gonna boom.
That's
Yeah.
true. That's true. I'm not mad at them. It's just I'm disappointed, and I don't like it. At certain points in my life. I'm fine with it. Like, um, I'm happy with the life I'm living, and I'm sure I could go and ask them, hey, I need, like, if I got this, like, a good amount of money to be able to promote myself with bots and stuff like that, I could go viral. I don't want that. I don't want to depend on my family financially as much as I can avoid it. And so I haven't gotten to that point where I've had to call and ask for money or anything like that. I don't want to. I'll go back to working if I need to before I have to do that. But um, I do now. I'm at a point where I've got this like really big project that I'm doing, and I don't want their input. I don't want their opinion on it. I don't want them to be like, "That's not what you should be doing. You should have a normal life. You should go get married and settle down and go back to being a certified project management professional and scrum master and go back to doing that. Get this. You I don't want to hear them say you've wasted your life doing this, because I haven't. I feel that it's really important. I don't want the negativity that I perhaps could get. So I avoid all of that, and I'm happy like just avoiding that. um, I know if they need me, they could get a hold of me if they really wanted to. If something happened, um, I'm an email away. And but yeah, so I'm not so mad at the decisions they made. I get that, but I'm glad to hear that you had the same thing. That's what started the rift, and then from there I started doing this live stream, and because of that, like I don't like it's like it's like a secret that I have. Like, I love to surprise people. It's something that I've always loved to do, and I want it to be one day that all of a sudden their son has gone viral and they didn't even know it. Like, that to me is really exciting. Same with my friends in my community. They know that, obviously I haven't been in shul in a long time, and that I told them, like, I told some of them that I was going to be streaming and everything, and like, we're just working on this project, but I don't. Uh, there's like an excitement to me to be like, hey, one day this could go viral, and it would be like, oh, uh, like, how do I want to describe it? Like somebody who invented something or came up with a big discovery, and it's like, I don't need their help. I don't want their help. I'm just going to continue to do what I do and keep grinding it out. Anyway, the reason why I got onto this is because I was talking about being fortunate and having good role models in my life and my grandparents and wanting to bring them back. And there's the kind of technology where you can take home movies and put them into like an AI model, and it creates AI models of the people, and then you're able to have virtual discussions with them. And I dream of that. I dream of having virtual discussions with my grandparents someday after having gone viral and being like, I did it. I did it. Like, and they would know. I'd have like really interesting conversations with them about the old country, about Europe and what life was like living in Hungary and the places where they had lived. And I just that to me is an exciting thing. That okay, I'd love to revivify them and bring them back, absolutely, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that right now. So in the meantime, it'd be cool to have some kind of AI model of them. And I know it's not exactly them, but it's pretty good. I think that's a cool thing to be able to utilize. Now, for Zoot's case, uh, he may have home movies or he may have pictures or whatever, their writings or whatever. There's some record of his father. And I would love to be able to give that to him someday so that his father could say, you know what, you did the best that you could with the cards you were dealt. I think that would be very valuable to him. And then perhaps someday revivify his dad. That's the big goal. But in the meantime, he is uh, he's dealing with some really difficult subjects, and if you think there's something that you can do for him, by all means, try to help him. I do what I can to be as consistent a person for him as anyone on earth, basically. And if he wants to
And
talk,
I sent him this video on this dude called Bashar, and he's like claims that he's channeling like some alien civilization or whatever. But I watched him when I was like kid, like 11 or something, on YouTube, and like whether or not he's, I don't know. He says he's pulling the information from somewhere, and he's like a channeler, spiritual guy or something. But he just had a cool ass way of deconstructing like the human mind and like rearranging like the way you think about your belief system and how much you're like kind of like some law of attraction shit, but like in more detailed, like detailed law of attraction type stuff, and because he really emphasizes just like how much like beliefs like impact your day-to-day like thinking and life, and it's like really mind-blowing to me, and I still appreciate everything that guy has ever said. So yeah, hope Zoot figures it out, but
I did too.
it's way late. So
I know. God willing, I'll see you tonight, 8 p.m. Don't do 10. Don't do 11. Come at 8, and we'll get our hours together, okay?
All right, if I'm even awake by 8 p.m. But yeah.
You can do it, big
Oh,
guy.
yeah.
All right.
All
Peace,
right,
big dog.
peace.
Take care. much this is the future, especially. Sometimes I just think talk about things and I can't always. I wish I could be more honest. He'll understand. He'll be like, well, I get it. I don't really, you know. I love this woman. She's my spirit animal. I would have fucked this woman so bad. Shema Israel, Adonai, Elohim, Adonai, Echad. Baruch Shem Kavod Malchut Olam. Listen, babies. What day is it? Oh, fucking hours. It's coffee, Kabbalah coffee. Tuesday, April 24th, 4th of ER 5786. Tuesday, April 21st, 2026. 3761, creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve. Chava, 3631, 130, Satsuma, Adam was born. 3526, 235, Enosh, son of Seth was born. 3436, 325, Kenan, son of Enosh was born. We have been doing this for 116 days, son. And it's the Homer. Breaking down the Nile, checking the shadow of the stuff with the Gano. I'll sit for that hot Homer. On the count for Tuesday, April 21st. Breaking down the Nile, checking the shadow of the stuff with the Gano. I'll sit for that hot Homer. Plus, be your Shem, God, King of the universe. So I sanctify us with this commandment. The commandment is concerning God of the Homer. Today is 20 days, which is 2 weeks and 6 days of the Omer. May the merciful one restore unto us the service of the Beit HaMikdash in its. May the merciful one restore unto us the service of the Beit HaMikdash to its place speedily in our days. Amen. Shalom. Shalom. Look at this. Look at this athleticism. Look at this move. Look at this. Look at this athleticism. Look at this move. This is. Look at this move, dude. Just click it on. Punch. It's easy.
Incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel into the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't meant to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully embolden you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Tia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics of esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy, by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your participation. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Folks, well, welcome back. Welcome back. We're getting into, in some ways, the high watermark of the Kabbalah tonight. I say the high watermark because like Gloria's formulation of Kabbalah has basically become Jewish theology. And that's something I think that you can't really shake a stick at that. It's a really incredible thing that fundamentally one God, in many ways, formulated how Jews all over the world understand their God, understand the scriptures, understand the world that they live in. And it's a glorious version of the Kabbalah so deeply embedded in Judaism that phrases like Tikkun Olam, a phrase that I bet everybody in this class has heard a dozen times. Shuls have Tikkun Olam committees. This idea comes directly from inside Gloria. So many ideas that are commonplaces in Judaism that emerge from inside Gloria. And so tonight we'll get to his ideas. Now we're not going to exhaustively deal with his ideas for a couple of reasons. The first reason is that most of his books aren't even translated into English. The vast majority are not translated into English. And even the books that remain in Hebrew are so technical and so difficult that I have to admit, often can read pages of these books and still not know quite what the world's going on. These books are very, very difficult. And part of how it's like Korean's Kabbalah developed was people trying to make sense of what the Lord was talking about. And so part of what happens is that the books are very complicated, and that the complicatedness is on has its own life. So we'll talk about that a little bit to get to some story. But to rewind a little bit, to talk about this period that I sometimes refer to as the interregnum, that's the period after the composition of the Zohar, before the rise of Glorian and Kabbalah. What we have is that in that period, Kabbalah did not spread very quickly. It was a very underground, it was a very elite, it was a very hush-hush kind of thing. That's not to say people were publishing things and talking about Kabbalist ideas, but there was no desire to make it public. It was a very hush-hush, elite, esoteric practice, very much so. And by 1492, with the Alhambra decree, which declared that basically all Muslim Jews had to leave Spain or you have the Kabbalah transforming from a very elite, very inner, very inward-looking, very secretive kind of thing to the Kabbalah actually becoming imbued with a very eschatological in the world, very messianic meanings. And so in the aftermath of the disaster that was 1492, Kabbalah is going to branch out into the world. It's going to become popularized. And many of the refugees who fled from Spain were actually saved by a Muslim leader, which I don't know why that doesn't get more press, but it should. Bayezid II was the Muslim leader of the Ottoman Empire that basically sent the entire fleet to Spain and saved as many Jews as he could. Not because he was a great guy or anything, he may have been that too, but he realized that you can't have your doctors, lawyers, and scientists out of the country. Of course, he wanted them, and he was right to do it. The Ottoman Empire was a huge boom from the importation of the refugees after the 1492 Alhambra decree. By the way, they also noticed that Spain was terribly good in many ways in the aftermath of that either. So many of these Jews are going to settle in the Ottoman Empire. One of the main places they're going to settle is going to be in Salonika. Salonika and Warsaw have been traditionally known as the only two Jewish cities in the world. And so Salonika and Greece are going to be one of the places they're going to settle. But many of the Kabbalistic Islam people are actually going to move to the place that they're most familiar with, at least in their sort of imaginary landscape. And that's up in the Galilee at a place called Sfat near Meron, where Shimon Bar Yochai is the traditional author of the Zohar was thought to be buried. It's there at Meron and Sfat on Safed where new forms of Kabbalah began to emerge. Kabbalah begins to be popularized. This is a very important moment in the history of Kabbalah. Teaching the public at some level their classes in technical Kabbalah. And what ends up happening is in this area, there is a rise of a new form of Kabbalah that is highly systematized, highly intellectualized, very encyclopedic, and very synthetic, which is just to say that it's organizing all kinds of Kabbalistic ideas into something like a Kabbalistic system. That system, of course, though, the major one is going to be Joseph Mortavero, in just a moment. Of course, other forms of Kabbalah also existed at this time. We talked at length last time about Abraham Abramovia and his so-called ecstatic Kabbalah. This is a completely other form of Kabbalah that doesn't really care much about the zeros and that kind of stuff. He knows about them, he's aware of them, and he's interested in them, but that's not part and parcel of his project. His project is a kind of intellectual communion with the divine, and that's accomplished by a wide range of things like breathing techniques and focusing in on combinations of Hebrew words and various kinds So there are other forms of Kabbalah that came about in the view of the Zohar that didn't quite make it. Now, what's going to be really important is that in the Sefed milieu, in the Sefedian form of Kabbalah, Isaac Luria and his student Zach Tall are going to reincorporate some of Abalafia's ideas. That's going to basically save Abalafia from living. Remember, he got basically excommunicated and exiled from Tiny Island, Corsica, and kind of vanishes from history before he dies. He's going to be kind of resurrected in many ways by doing Kabbalah. And as I mentioned, this is the area in Safed where Kabbalah is systematized and it's being popularized. I cannot stress that enough. Kabbalah is being taught in public. Why? Because they think the world must be. They think that the 1492 Al-Hambra decree was the beginning of the end, and that Kabbalah, the unveiling of Kabbalah to the world, ultimately to eschatological end of the world event, and that end of the world event would be led at some level by Kabbalistic speculation. It would urge in the Messiah. And in fact, there were many people at that time, Cordero being one, talking another one, Luria being another, that people, including the people themselves, thought they were the Messiah. Zach Tall, if you have some of his notes, his autobiographical sketches, journals, diaries, he even says in his notes that, if I just studied the Mishnah a little longer, I would have become the Messiah. I know it. So these guys are really convinced that the Messiah is not just around the corner, but they might be it. And that kind of idea that you might be the Messiah and you might be ushering in the Messianic age is going to be hugely important as we get to next time when we get to Shabbatai Tzvi and his mystical heresy that leads people to believe that he's the Messiah. So Shabbatai Tzvi is next week. So as I said, this is a time period where Kabbalah is being popularized. This is a time period where Kabbalah is being opened up to the masses at some level. I say the masses is being opened up to really the Jews. It's not just opened up to everybody. And there are new services invented. Kabbalah Shabbat is almost certainly the most popular Jewish service that exists today. Jewish service, you've probably been to a Friday night Kabbalah Shabbat service. That service being developed at this time. And Shlomo Alphabet's big rights centerpiece of that text. That prayer service left on the come my beloved, come my bride. And that text left on the is classic now. All the Jews together. And so that would be written by Shlomo Alphabet. Also, it's worth pointing out that not only these guys studied together, they married their sisters and stuff. Joseph Cordovero married Shlomo Alphabet's daughter. So Cordovero, or Alphabet, was Cordovero's father-in-law. So you have all kinds of, this is not just sort of an intellectual thing, they're kind of embedded with each other. And so this is a very tight-knit world. I can only imagine some Kabbalistic drama that must have precipitated in those circles. I would have loved to see Kabbalistic drama, but unfortunately a lot of that doesn't survive. We just want a rough idea about what some of these texts look like. So this is Pardes Romain. This is the main text of Joseph Cordovero. This is the central text of the Cordoveran system of Kabbalah. A rough idea about how dense it is. It's about that long. Right? So it's a substantial text. This doesn't have any commentary, by the way. It's just a straight text. If you want to get a sense of what this looks like inside, it's pretty dense, wall-to-wall text, right? A sense of what this looks like. So these texts are no joke. Pardes Romain is an incredibly difficult, incredibly challenging text to try to read. There is no translation of this into English at all. I don't think it needs. There's no systematic translation for sure. And these texts, many of these foundational texts of Kabbalah, still do not have English translations, which is kind of mind-blowing considering how popular at least some version of Kabbalah is. And many of the foundational texts aren't available in English. Even finding copies of Hebrew is challenging. So this one is an example of the early systematization of the Sacred Zohar and Cordovero. And again, trying to find these texts are super difficult, and finding English translations don't exist. They just straightforwardly don't exist. So studying Kabbalah in the original languages is basically what you have to do if you want to be really deep into Kabbalah. The main texts are fundamentally Hebrew. We talk about some of the texts later as well. So, beginning of the 15th century, not only are Jews interested in Kabbalah, but Christians are too. This is a strange turn of events, but it's really important in the development of Western Christian spirituality, especially esoteric spirituality. As you, I'm sure, know, by the 15th century, there was a movement in Italy that we call the Renaissance or whatever. But what we have is the arrival of a great deal of new texts that are being imported from Greece. I think they're actually really old texts. But they're being imported into Italy, and what's been happening is that many of these old texts, they are underwriting an idea that's going on, that in order to get sort of a pure intellectual reality or a pure intellectual appreciation of what's going on in the world, we need to go back in time and look at the original text, look at the original foundations of this literature. This is sometimes called the Ad Fontes revival, which is the sources revival. And what you get is a massive translation project led by people like Marsilio Ficino, who are translating for the first time the entire works, for instance, of Plato. Most Christians in the Middle Ages had basically never read Plato. They had fragments of him. They had the Timaeus and they had other documents, but most pieces of Plato had never been read by a believer Christian. It just didn't exist. And so you have an enormous influx of new, old ideas coming in from Greece in the 15th century. There was an idea that was current at the time that primordial wisdom was somehow more reliable than what was going on in the Middle Ages. In fact, it's the Renaissance humanists are going to refer to that time period before them as Gothic. The Goths, of course, were the people that destroyed the Roman Empire, the Western Roman Empire, and the humanists really hated these people. They thought they were backwards and superstitious. Their writing was incomprehensible, etc. And so there was a long idea of the Renaissance humanists that the Middle Ages basically was a mistake. All of the scholasticism, all of it was a mistake. And so what we need to do is go back to the original Latin and Greek writers and learn from the original sources, not through a bunch of commentaries, cut all that out and go back and read just the original sources. And so this Ad Fontes approach also includes a great deal of what's going on in Jewish writing as well, because Christians believe that fundamental Christianity had emerged from Judaism, and that there was primordial wisdom to be had by the Jews, and that primordial wisdom captured things that perhaps Christianity had not quite covered. And so Kabbalah fit that bill, because that's exactly what Kabbalah claims to be. It claims to be primordial wisdom given to both at some level, and then transmitted to Shimon Bar Yochai, which were eventually transferred to the Sefer Zohar. And so the idea is that the Kabbalah was one form of this primordial wisdom, along with Zoroastrianism and Plato and Hermes Trismegistus and these sort of things. And so there was an idea that Kabbalah had secrets that had been preserved by the Jews, but the Jews had preserved them, but they didn't understand them. Because of course the Jews are backwards, blind people who reject the Messiah and don't understand anything. And so the idea was the Jews had all this Kabbalah, but the Jews really don't understand it. And so these Christians really turn their attention to the Kabbalah, and they begin to recruit non-Jews, that is to say, Jews, former Jews, who have converted to Christianity, or Jews who are kind of amenable to this humanistic project. And so we have converted Jews, converted folks like Theseus and Flavius Eutyches, and we also have just Jews who are just kind of cool with learning together, folks like Yochanan Elmelech. And what ends up happening is that many of the texts of Kabbalah slowly begin being translated from Hebrew and Aramaic into Latin. And as those texts begin to get translated into Latin, Christians begin to see that, one, there's something really, really interesting and really captivating about the Kabbalah, and two, they begin to believe that the Kabbalah actually proves the truth of Christianity. And so they use it not just as a way of accessing primordial wisdom, but also part of what is sometimes referred to as the Latin polemical tradition, where Jewish texts are marshaled against Jews in the interest of converting. And so the Kabbalah is actually mined for all kinds of Trinitarian ideas. The first three Sefirot are actually the Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, and all kinds of other ideas where the basic structure is that underneath the hood of Kabbalah is actually a kind of mystical Christianity. The Jews just can't see it. And so what ends up happening is a lot of these texts begin to be translated from Hebrew and Aramaic into Latin, and this begins to form a time period where some of these early Christian Kabbalists are combining ideas from Plato, ideas from the Hermetic world, ideas from Hermes Trismegistus. They're beginning to combine ideas from Kabbalah, beginning to form synthetic new versions of Christianity, as you can imagine, are pretty controversial. So Kabbalah becomes one of the admixtures by which a new kind of Christianity is beginning to emerge, a kind of esoteric Christianity begins to emerge in the 15th century. And some of the doctrines of these, there's some pretty famous quotes, at least in the history of mysticism, the history folks like Giovanni Pico della Mirandola, who's famous 900 Theses, who challenged the Pope to basically debate him about these. And basically, Ficino thought that Pico had thought that he had fundamentally synthesized all knowledge, Kabbalah, Christianity, Pythagoreanism, everything. He thought he had systematized every form of knowledge into a coherent system of 900 Theses, and that he basically said, I want to debate people about this, and I'll show you that I'm right. And his Kabbalistic Theses are among some of the earliest examples of Christian Kabbalah, and they are at the pinnacle of the book. They come at the very, very end of some of the final Theses, and then on our Theses that really Kabbalah has really landed on some of these things in a way that no one else has. Francesco Giorgi is also a really early systematic incorporator of Hermetic and Kabbalistic ideas into Christianity. His works are really, really difficult to access. I don't think they've been translated to English, and they are some of the earliest examples of systematic analysis of Christianity using Kabbalah as a lens. Athanasius Kircher, of course, the famous German polymath, also integrated Kabbalah into his thinking, and his version of the tree of life, faith, science, and morals basically become the standard one in the Christian occult world, or the occult world more generally. Folks who would exist in places like the Voltron and Hermetic orders, the form of Kabbalah, their imperative is actually traceable back to folks like Athanasius Kircher or to Johann Rothschild. Rothschild also a very important scholar of Hebrew, one of the greatest scholars of Hebrew in the Renaissance. And his two works, they were Fictio and De Kabbalistica, are systematic presentations of Kabbalistic ideas, but also Kabbalistic texts translated in their entirety into Hebrew. Many non-Jews whose first encounter with Kabbalah was almost certainly going to be a translation of De Kabbalistica, and that, or another version is another text is Kabbalah Desnudata, the Kabbalah Unveiled, by Christian Rothschild. You see a bunch of the guys are Germans. The Germans were pretty interested in this. In fact, many people have made the argument that the Protestant Reformation has its origins in this kind of touch with Kabbalah. That Kabbalah is sort of the escape velocity that the Protestant Reformation at some level needs to get Catholicism, and as a bridge at some level away from Catholicism, the gravitational pull away from Catholicism at some level in a very early strata was Kabbalah. Now, of course, that doesn't mean that Martin Luther was terribly interested in Kabbalah. He wasn't. All the way. At any rate, Kabbalah Desnudata is incredibly influential. Cornelius Agrippa's 3 books of occult philosophy is probably the standard text in the Renaissance on occult philosophy and magic. Virtually all magic practitioners who operate now in the West, as they folks who magic is a part of their spiritual practice, almost certainly trace all of their theory back to some level to Cornelius Agrippa. So Agrippa's three books of occult philosophy are foundational, and Agrippa integrates Kabbalah into his thinking seamlessly. It really is deeply connected to ideas and Kabbalah. So what I want to point out is that Christians are also interested in Kabbalah. I think I mentioned this maybe a couple times ago, that the first time that the Zohar was printed, it was printed in a single volume at Cremona at the behest of Christians. Christians wanted it. It wasn't Jews trying to get it printed. The Jewish version was printed in Mantua about a year later in 3 volumes, which is still standard now to print to print the Zohar in 3 volumes. But the Cremona 1-volume edition was basically printed at the behest of Christians, and it's extremely rare. I think I saw one at auction a couple of years ago for but at any rate, just to say that Kabbalah isn't just affecting Jews, it's also deeply affecting Christians. Christians are also really interested in the development of Kabbalah, and what's going to end up happening is that will form a trajectory by which Christians will begin to interiorize a lot of Kabbalistic ideas, and that will, at some level, lay the foundation for what we sometimes call Western esotericism in the practice of the occult. So yeah, Kabbalah is wrapped up in that entire project. And I bet if you've ever seen an example of like a magical circle or something, you'll see Hebrew words written all around the periphery, or a lot of that has to do with Kabbalah onto Christianity and onto Christianity's more occult side. Christian Kabbalah has its own life, and eventually comes to become a new form of Kabbalah called Hermetic Kabbalah, to Safed. Safed's really the stage that we're the stage where all this is playing out. So Moshe ben Yaakov Cordovero is going to die, as all people do, and so his death in some ways signals the end of one process, one cycle of Kabbalistic development. And I will say that you can, in some sense, divide Kabbalistic history into two big phases. The first phase is from the early Kabbalah and the Zohar all the way to Cordovero. That's one section of Kabbalah. The rest of Kabbalah can be divided into everything after that. We are all living in the shadow of what comes next. And what comes next is Gloria. Gloria arrived actually at Safed from Jerusalem. He was born in Jerusalem, although he grew up primarily in Egypt. He arrived at Safed, according to the tradition at least, on the very day that Cordovero died, and allegedly he saw as the funeral train was making its way to the graveyard, which you can still go see Cordovero's tomb in Safed. I've seen it right there. You can make your way to Cordovero's tomb, and the funeral train allegedly, as Gloria said, he saw a pillar of fire rising in front of the funeral train. Now, folks who know some Bible, you'll recognize that image immediately, right? That's how God appeared to the Israelites during the Exodus. That God appeared to the Israelites as a pillar of fire. And so, literally, it's like Gloria says that God appeared before the funeral train of Cordovero as a pillar of fire, and Gloria settled Safed. Gloria's life prior to this whole couple of years before he dies in Safed is actually relatively unremarkable. He is born in Jerusalem. His father dies when he's relatively young. He's raised by his maternal uncle in Egypt. His father, his uncle, is actually relatively wealthy guy, and he provides Gloria with a very high quality Jewish education. And in his 20s, Gloria obtains what seems to be an early printed copy of the Zohar, maybe the Manual, the large Manual version, and he becomes completely infatuated with it. In fact, so infatuated that he basically goes there like a dude. He was supposed to become a business person. He just abandons that. He had married, and he just basically abandons his wife. And he just kind of lives most of his days meditating out in a hut near the Nile. And it's during those years, those 15 or some odd years of him meditating on the Nile in this hut that he built for himself, that he begins, it seems, to formulate the idea that ultimately will become the Kabbalah as we know it. At some point, he has a kind of mystical breakthrough. I mean, even his birth was allegedly heralded by Elijah the prophet, and himself once he witches that have now grown up around Gloria, that he's birth that before he was born, that Elijah the prophet appeared to his father. At any rate, Gloria would eventually make his way back to Jerusalem, and then he would eventually make his way to Safed, arriving, as I said, on the day of Cordovero's death. And he would spend a couple of years there, just a couple of years, probably 2 or 3 years, and he died before he turned 40. This is one of these guys that, the flame that burns twice as bright only burns half as long. This guy just burned out. He was just such a titanic individual, and his ideas were just shockingly original. Well, with Cordovero dead, many people, I think, didn't believe that Cordovero was the Messiah, and when he died, it was a real big disappointment that but when Cordovero died, there was the idea that, there's something else coming. Cordovero is a herald, maybe kind of like Elijah for the coming Messiah. And the Gloria fit into that perfectly. Gloria began to teach Kabbalah basically every day. He had introductory level Kabbalah classes. Come to Gloria's Kabbalah Academy and learn intro Kabbalah. He also began to develop an inner circle of people that he began teaching Colin ideas to. And the inner circle was composed of several students who know a good bit about those students. And what's weird is that he seems to have taught different versions of things to different students. And we know that because they say so, that some people are allowed some things, some people are allowed others, some people in some part of the system, some people in others. And we can see this in the publications because, for instance, one of Gloria's students, Israel Saru, doesn't really get any credit for anything, no one really paid attention to him because of time to talk. But Israel Saru was one of the earliest publishers of Chaim Vital's works, and it's like Gloria's works rather, and he published them really and popularized them. And so a big part of what's going on with Isaac Gloria is that Gloria really wants Kabbalistic ideas popularized. That's probably part of his sort of general Messiah is a hair's breadth away, and that if Kabbalah gets out there, it will usher in the Messianic age immediately. That kind of Messianic fervor is going to prove to be a disaster here in just a second. Messianic fervor is almost always going to be a disaster. At any rate, he began to build this inner core of people, and then he died. He died. He died like 2 years into being in Zion. And so his death wasn't, he was always kind of sickly, so his death wasn't completely shocking. But after his death, his two most important students were the Israel Sarug, that I mentioned a moment ago, and the other, of course, the much more important student is historically is going to be Chaim Vital. And it's going to be Chaim Vital's interpretation of the ideas of the Arizal, of Yitzhak Luria, that are going to become definitive. The Arizal himself, Yitzhak Luria basically wrote nothing. He wrote a couple of Aramaic poems. That's all for Shabbat. That's all he had. He didn't really write much. He taught, and his students sort of synthesized things that he taught. It's a synthesized documents that he did. There's a long tradition of this kind of thing, right? The Buddha never wrote anything down. Jesus never wrote anything down. Muhammad couldn't read or write. There's a whole long tradition of people. Socrates famously never wrote anything. There's a whole long tradition of people who don't write things down and yet go on to change the world. So if you really want to change the world, don't write books. Writing books is a surefire way that you will not change the world. You have to be a charismatic leader and don't write anything. Just talk to people. And if you talk to people and you're charismatic enough, they will do all the writing for you. And, and again, it's like Roy was only there in something for 2 or 3 years. And he managed to make this kind of decisive for his student, Chaim Vital. So, what do we know about the system of Luria and Kabbalah? Well, I'm going to go ahead and tell you right now, I'm not going to be able to systematically go through every part of it because it is incredibly difficult and morose in its detail. But the main thing to know about it is that whereas Cordovero was moving in a much more rationalistic, much more intellectualistic, much more systematic direction when it comes to trying to unpack the ideas of the Sacred Zohar, Luria is much more interested on the mythos of the Zohar. He's much more interested in the evolving process that the Zohar seems to describe about how God goes from being infinitely recessed to becoming present in the world. And so Luria's main shift is that he's going to shift away from trying to systematically analyze every aspect of how reality was constructed, but rather focus on the unfolding, the dynamic unfolding of reality and the mythology of that unfolding. And it's the mythology, and I say mythology, I don't mean falseness or like the Loch Ness Monster as a myth, but it's the doing of it that really matters to him. Because for Luria, the entire drama of the unfolding or the evolution of reality as we know it isn't in the past, it's always present to us. And so in a way that the Cordovero might describe that the events of the unfolding of the universe be as a separate or events in the past, the primordial past, the metaphysical past, for Luria, time is really weird because for him it's all happening at once. It's happened back then, it's happening now, at some level it's kind of happening in the future, and the future's kind of reaching for us to redeem us. And so the notions like time become very weird in the Luria system. So what we get is that he's primarily interested in what I might call the mythological structure, the genesis of reality and its development, as that development is comprehensible at any given moment in the development of humanity or of God. For Luria, the development of God and the development of humanity are coming together. They're the same development. His system, as far as we have it, is a really highly developed system of analyzing reality. I can't say that it's always terribly coherent, and I certainly can't say that I always understand it. But what he's focused on, what his core idea is what often gets called the order of development or the order of evolution. This is often referred to as the Seder Ishtatut, the order of evolution. In fact, Ishtatut is actually a standard modern word for evolution, like many evolution. So it's the evolution of reality. Now, just again, these evolutionary models are constructive, right? Because at some level, biological entities contain the past inside of them. That is to say that you contain all kinds of things in your DNA from what we used to be. were not apes like the apes before us, but contain DNA fragments of those apes. The past is still with us. Or as Bill Faulkner said, that the past isn't dead, it's not even past. And that's true also for Lorena and Kabbalah. The idea is, yes, there were things that happened in the primeval past, the primordial past, but those things are current to us now. They're still happening. And so what we get is that there is a sort of spiraling cycle of regression. That is to say, the world is coming into being, the world is emerging as such, it's always emerging as such. And further right, it's also regressing. It's also going back to the way that it was. So there is an incredible dynamism in the Lurianic system where you don't know quite where you are in time, in space. You don't quite know where you are even in righteousness sometimes. There's a kind of constant movement to and fro, where the world is on the one hand becoming exiled, and on the other hand is becoming redeemed. And so the Lurianic system, part of what makes it so difficult is that at the heart of the system is this dialectical structure where everything is happening all at once and everything is also being erased all at once. And so it's very difficult to figure out at what moment something is happening, because at every moment, everything's always happening. And so knowing exactly what's going on in the system is very complicated, because the system is so dynamic, and it's almost like a fractal. Like the more you zoom in on a region of the fractal, the more the entire fractal tree produces for you. And so the system is very, very fractalized like that. And so it's often difficult to know exactly what's going on. But let's go over some of the core ideas of this Luria. The big first idea is this concept of Simsum. Simsum was an idea that was developed by Cordovero, actually. In fact, Cordovero was a teacher of this Luria for a brief time. And so Cordovero had to solve a problem. The problem is, well, how do you get from an infinite God whose light reaches every metaphysical, ontological aspect of reality? God's being is infinite, and so it must occupy every point within that infinity. How do you get to an idea that there's a gap? How do you get to the idea there's a place where God isn't in order for the world to be? Because it can't be the case that God is completely in fullness, when the system is full, then you can't have a world. You can't have the Olamot, you can't have the worlds. So God has to create an emptiness, a divine emptiness, a vacuum. And what God does is God contracts some region of God's self. I use words like region, but again, these spatial concepts are not accurate. But God ontologically contracts God's self. And that ontological contraction creates a void. And that void is both surrounded by God and yet is not God. It's a kind of gap. It's a kind of void or a vacuum. I always imagine like when you have to you gain a couple pounds and you need to get in some old pants, so you like suck your belly in and tighten your belt real tight. It's like God instead of sucking in God's belly to get his belt on. I don't know how that is. So I always imagine that for some reason. So God creates this void, this Simsum, and into that Simsum, into that void, into that contraction, that will be where the Olamot appear. The Olamot are the four worlds that comprise our reality. We do not have access to God's infiniteness. We just don't. We're finite. We do not have access to God's infiniteness. And so what we do have access to is what's left over from the process of filling that void. Now, how does that void get filled? Well, God, it's almost like a laser. God concentrates some of God's light. God finitizes some of God's light. And that finitized light, that finitized existence of God, is permitted to enter into the void. And when it enters into the void, it cascades into the void. And that cascading, as it moves from the primal source of the divine into the void, it begins to weaken, so to speak. And as it begins to weaken, as it teeters down into the void, as it flows down into the void, it begins to weaken. And as it weakens, there are strategic parts, or the decisive parts in the weakening of the light into the void. It's like if you were shining a laser, right? A laser is only so powerful, only going to reach so far. The farther it gets, the wider it gets, and the more it begins to break down and begins to fade away. God shoots that light into the void. This is also found in the Zohar. And as that light goes in, it begins to break down. And as it breaks down into four distinct realms. And those four distinct realms are the fundamental structures of reality. The first one is Adam Kadmon. Adam Kadmon is the primeval body of God. It's the way that we imagine God to be. It's when you think of God as a person, what you're imagining is Adam Kadmon. It's the first primeval glimpse of God as a being. Because before that, God's just infinite light, and God's utterly unimaginable. The first glimpse is Adam Kadmon, sort of like a negative image of God broadcast into the world. The next layer down is the realm of absolute illumination. Then down further is the world of Rabbi, right, where God is becoming more and more concretized, not yet physical, but more and more concretized. And then we get to the world of formation, where God is recognizable. And then finally we get down to the world of Asiyah, and we are actually in a subsection of the world of Asiyah, and that sometimes is called the five world, the four world, because our physical reality is distinct from all other four worlds in the world of Asiyah. So the four worlds, the Olamot, are the ontological registers of reality. And what Luria imagines, and the reason why he imagines these four worlds, is that every single time there is a movement within the Godhead, an evolution in the Godhead, a change in the Godhead, that change has to be understood as a logical, dialectical progression of how God is mutating, how God is changing. Because every time God interacts with something, that image of God, that aspect of God alters. And so what we get in the world of the various registers of reality is we get entirely different branches of the sphere of. Now, I might pull this up when we get to the Q&A later, is that one thing that makes the organic system so mind-bogglingly complicated is that every register of reality has its own subrotic structure. And inside of every spheroid is more spheroid. And so there are spheroid inside of spheroid inside of spheroid. There are spheroid on the backside of Ura, which is the Chakra, the world of evil. It is again, for folks who are familiar with some mathematics, it's like a fractal. That anytime you zoom in on the register of reality, you can see the entire system of reality is reproduced over and over and over and over again. And you have these enormously complex, what are called Villanov or tree systems. And those really complex Villanov or tree systems describe the various spheroid as they're interacting with each other at these various registers of reality. We can't go into the various levels of reality at the time, but each one of them is distinct, and each one of them is a moment in the development of the Godhead. Now, some folks who have some background in philosophy, folks who have some background perhaps in Hegel, this is going to sound really familiar because if you ever read the logic, the progression of the logic of Hegel, Hegel actually commends Kabbalah as prefiguring Islam. Now, I'm not sure that's an indictment of Kabbalah or not, so he wants to read Hegel, but Hegel's system of the unfolding of reality is deeply influenced by the Orianic sort of folding out structure of reality. Now, as God's light begins to travel through the void, what ends up happening is that the very structures that emerge to hold God's light, the very moments of the divine, as the light gets further and further and further into the void, the very structures that are meant to hold the divine light can't. They're just too far away. It's just like, I don't know, it's a moment where you feel yourself, you're holding on to something right, you feel yourself slipping off. There's a moment where you just let go. And that let go moment, the moment where the spheres, the actual vessels that hold God's light, because they've gotten so far away from the original source, they don't have enough energy, they don't have enough dynamism, they don't have enough of tesuk, they don't have enough strength to hold God's light, and they shatter. And that shattering, the shira, the shattering of the vessels, is as it falls in, they overpower the vessels, right, and they shatter. It's like putting, folks have ever seen this where you take a really cold glass vessel and pour really hot water into it, right? Or I'm sure you've seen folks, right, throw hot water on a cold windshield because you wouldn't know any better. But imagine, right, hot water being poured into an ice cold vessel. The ice cold vessel is the vacuum, the void, the simsum, and when you pour the lightning hot rays of God into it, the vessels just shatter. And that shattering forms what are called shards. And these shards of the vessels, these shards are characterized by disharmony and disunity. They're broken aspects of the divine. They're aspects of the divine that are localized. It's like you can imagine taking a part of your own personality and working it off of. So just imagine your curiosity, right? If you took pure curiosity, which is a pretty good trait, and broke it off and made it its own thing. Pure curiosity is a disaster because anything that's purely curious is going to get something killed, it's going to hurt people, it's not going to have any ethics, it'll just experiment on people. And even love, right? Pure love, take it away and put it with no checks at all, it's too much. Any aspect of the divine broken away from the divine and then given its own reality will always be too much, no matter what it is, whether it's God's wrath or God's goodness, whether it's God's curiosity, whatever. None of these things can exist on their own. And the shards of these vessels, according to Luria, become evil. Now, they're not inherently evil, but because they're localized, intense versions of the divine, they shouldn't be allowed to exist on their own. And because they shouldn't be allowed to exist on their own, they go haywire. And these become evil in the Lurianic system. This is the origin of evil. The demons of the world are the shards of the vessels that once held God's life. Because they're just out of control. They're completely disunited and harmonious. And so they're sort of like extreme versions of God. And so these demonic aspects of the Lurianic system are these potent. And they are the object of a process called tikkun. I bet you're already beginning to hear right where we're going to get to next. It might be the idea of tikkun olam. Well, we are right at the very end of that system. The entire giant system of God sinks in, and God poured God's light in. The entire process is the shattering of the vessel. We are at the very limit of that system. And so it's a very limit of that system, right? It's like a rubber band, right? As you stretch a rubber band out, let it go, it flies all the way this way, it flies back. We are at the very end, the receiving end of all of the divine system. We are at the very bottom of the system, and we are the part of the system that begins to move back up. Right? We are the system, we are the part that moves back up. And what happens is that we recognize, Lurianic Kabbalists recognize, that the shards of the divine, the klipot, can be rectified by engaging in the magic of the Torah. Again, Itzhak Luria is not sort of a hippy-dippy mystic. He says, no, you repair the world, metaphysically repair the world, by engaging in the metaphysical act of engaging in following God's law. Because the divine law, the Torah is the system. It's like the source code of all reality. And if you follow it, do it correctly, it fixes reality. Reality is broken at some level. And so the fix is, according to Itzhak Luria, the very strict following of the Jewish law, of the Halacha, and of the Torah. So by following the Torah, you repair reality. And this is where the phrase tikkun olam comes from. You are repairing the world. Now, I know that most folks hear the word tikkun olam, we think something like helping people for charity or something like that. But for Itzhak Luria, it's not just a fixing the world in terms of the social ills or doing social justice stuff. That's, of course, part of it too. But by having the right kavanah, by having the right concentration, by having the right intention, by doing the Jewish law with absolute intention, purity of heart, by performing things like Shabbat, by putting the tefillin on, by observing the fast of Yom Kippur, or whatever, all these things help to repair reality. They fix reality at the metaphysical level. They give reality a tikkun. And further, you begin to build the world of the Messiah. Because for the Illyrian system, the act of reparation, the act of repairing the world, begins to sort of build the world in which the Messiah can emerge. And at some level, you can imagine that Messiah is kind of the keystone of the entire process. The Messiah is the person who will turn the key. We will build the world worthy of Messiah. The Messiah will come and turn the key, and they will unfurl the final redemption. And so it's by repairing the world that we prepare the world for the possibility of the Messiah. And this idea is going to have enormous impact in the history of Judaism. If you've ever hung out with folks in the Chabad Lubavitch movement, I don't know if folks have ever been around Chabad people who light candles, felon, be walking around New York, having a Chabad guy like outside the street, like, hey, you put your phone on today? I'm like, no. It's like, you put your phone on now. Why would they bother you on the street to put your phone on? It's not because they're trying to do you a favor. They're trying to engage in tikkun olam. They think that every Jew, whatever that means to them, who can engage in the process of tikkun olam and put the felon on what's usher in the days of the Messiah that much more. And so they're trying at some level to accelerate right? One good thing about Kabbalistic ideas are alluding to Kabbalah, the kind of Jewish accelerationism. The world is broken, and they're trying to accelerate the process by which it is repaired, accelerate that process by engaging in spiritual warfare against the foe, and by binding and then repairing the foe in a way that allows you to basically accelerate the process by which the society comes. And if you read Simon Tall, he really does think that he definitely thinks he's the Messiah. He just thinks that he has to be a little bit more righteous. If he could just be a little more righteous, just think about that woman when he was praying. If he just didn't think that dirty thought, if he just memorized a little bit more Mishnah, then he would have been revealed as the Messiah. He would have emerged as the Messiah. This is how you see him constantly in his journals. He's kind of be tall simultaneously manages to be both incredibly self-deprecating and also incredibly arrogant. I guess that tends to go hand in hand. But sometimes he's like, I'm unworthy of anything. I'm the lowest of the low. And it's kind of like, yeah, if I've just done this, I've been the Messiah. So the idea is that the Messiah is right around the corner and it's the result of this process of change. Now, of course, that idea got retrofitted into liberal Jewish circles for social justice, but in classical Kabbalistic world, it has everything to do with strict obedience. Another key innovation in the Lurianic system is that Luria is really obsessed with some of the more bizarre sections of the Zohar. There are 3 sections of the Zohar that are notoriously difficult to understand. Two of them are the Yidrot, the symbols, and the final is a section called Sifra Ditzniuta. And Sifra Ditzniuta is a relatively brief section of the Zohar that contains a long description of God's beard. And then there's another section that also contains descriptions of God's beard, but also God's face in general. And no one's really sure what in the world's going on in those sections. They're really, really weird. Weird even compared to the other sections of Zohar. Zohar is weird enough, but it's like weird all weird. And it's like Luria develops a systematization of this idea of the movements within the divine face. That the divine face is actually reflective of metaphysical changes in reality. And that the divine face are the countenances of parts of being, that these parts of being are arrangements of the Sphirot, and those arrangements of the Sphirot are indicators of certain kinds of change and developments within the divine. I will go ahead and say this, the parts of being is without a doubt the most complicated part of the entire structure of Lurianic Kabbalah, because it's analyzing the Sphirot in terms of how they're arranged and how the various system relates to itself internally. And it is just completely difficult to understand. I still struggle trying to figure out, I know what the various configurations are, I know what the Ima and the time or whatever, I know what the structures look like, but when you begin to analyze how they move and change in relation to the other mystical stuff going on in the Arizal system, it just becomes amazing. So I have a real difficult time keeping track of what's going on in this sort of inner development of the Godhead. But what's important to note is that for Luria, God is not a thing, God is a process. And God is changing all the time. And so when God tells to Moshe Rabbeinu, right, I should be death, I'll be what I'll be. Luria takes that really seriously. Yeah, God is changing. God is a process. God is not a thing, God is a process. And that process is reality. And we are a part of that process. Just like you get angry, so does God. And just like you get, compassionate, so does God. And that the change of God from angry to compassion, or the change from a normal state of affairs to being angry, that change in your emotions can be mapped. And so ditto God, a change in God's emotional life can be mapped. And those mappings of God's emotional psychology or intellectual psychology are the parts of this very complicated part, inner psychology, inner divine psychology. It's really complicated. Also, famously, it's like Luria is going to reintroduce the concept of reincarnation in Judaism. Reincarnation is an idea that never really took hold in most of the Abrahamic faiths, although there are tiny groups of people who seem to have believed in it at some point, but most of the larger Abrahamic faiths have rejected reincarnation for various kinds of reasons. However, in Lurianic Kabbalah, reincarnation is completely acceptable. In fact, it's part of the system. In fact, sort of a general idea, This is Scientology's major work. It's science. This is the most systematic account of Epicurus' philosophy. This is the major work of Epicurus' philosophy as understood by Scientology. And this is the standard now 2-volume text on reincarnation by Scientology's teachings of Epicurus on reincarnation. Reincarnation. So, reincarnation is an idea that is reintroduced into Judaism. It may have existed earlier in some ways, but certainly Scientology really introduced it via Epicurus. The idea is that every single person has what they call a soul root. And the soul root is a kind of aspect of your soul. There are 5 layers of your soul according to the Rothschild system. And some of those parts of your soul go all the way back to the beginning of all creation. And various people have that soul. You are like a root. You are a root. And there are things growing off the root. So you're one of the things growing off the root. And there are many people prior to you that have had the same soul as you. Now, the bad thing about that is they've committed all kinds of sins that you're now responsible for fixing. Because again, remember, glorious system is dynamic. Just because you engage in 2 things once doesn't mean that you didn't do bad stuff before. If you did bad stuff, well, if you break the Jewish law, that further damages reality. And so there have been people in the past that have really damaged reality. Maybe in your past life you did something really bad. Scientology, by the way, the soul root was Cain, the first murderer. So as you can imagine, Scientology's soul root was Cain had a lot to fix. It was the literal origin of murder in the world. And so he had to navigate all kinds of what are called tikkun reparations. And these reparations include everything from ascetic practices to reading certain parts of the Bible to mystical practices. And so the idea is that not only are you responsible for you being a good you, you have to make up for all the things that happened prior to you. Every person that's had your soul prior to you, you are now responsible for figuring out how to fix all the bad things that you did. Because all the bad things are still there. You're most apt to fix them. Now, how do you figure that out? You go to a mystic Kabbalist, and the Kabbalist will tell you what your soul root is, and they will tell you all the bad things that you've done, and they will give you tikkun and how to fix them. Tikkun anything from extra prayers to amulets to fasting, all kinds of tikkun. If you ever go to Spot, if you ever go to Safed to this day, you can go to Kabbalists. I've seen signs in Safed where they will go and they will figure out what your soul root is. They're alleged experts who know how to do this. I don't know how to do this, but I'll give it to them. It's fine. And they can figure out what your soul root is, and they will tell you that your soul root was Lamesh, and you have to make descent, and you are inheriting descent. These are the kind of tikkunim that you need to do, reparation you need to do to fix the sins of your past lives. Reincarnation has entered into Judaism completely intact. It is a completely viable way to think about your afterlife. It's not heterodox at all. It's very normative at this point. And so, reincarnation, with the rise of ability to Kabbalize, is basically normalized in a way that I don't think it is in Christianity and Islam. I think in Christianity and Islam, if you want to believe in reincarnation, you don't want to make a big deal of it. I think if you make a big deal of it, you're Catholic, whatever, you're in trouble. Whereas in Judaism, reincarnation is completely normalized. Now, I say it's normalized, but it's only normalized within the system of Ability to Kabbalah, where you want to find out who your reincarnations of, you do the work of fixing all the sins that you shop to learn all the bad things that you did in your past life. Now, you do also learn the merit of your past life, but you also learn the bad stuff too. This idea that the soul can survive death, it can be reborn, also it means that various other regions of the soul, maybe 5 regions of your soul, some other regions of your soul can actually survive death and become detached from the other regions. And those detached parts of your soul, if you committed a lot of sins in your life, you become addicted to those sins, and those that aspect of your soul that becomes addicted to those sins actually can roam around and want to continue committing sins in the next life. This is especially true of sexual sin, and also gluttony and drunkenness and stuff. And so, if you are a lecherous, drunken, bad person, means that if you become addicted to those things, when you die, your soul will become so polluted that it will become detached from your other souls, and it will roam around. And what does it want to do? It wants to continue doing what it did, getting drunk and having sex or whatever. And so, what it will do is it will try to attach itself to other people because you can't really get drunk and have sex if you're just a soul. So you got to get attached to someone else. And And so when your soul attaches, your evil soul attaches itself to people, the word for to attach in Hebrew is dabak, right? Like the modern Hebrew word for glue, the same root. Your soul dabak. It clings to other people, and that soul that clings to the people possesses them. This is the origin of Diduk. Diduk is the evil version of your soul, it's the evil aspect of your soul that roams around and tries to attach itself to the people. And the very earliest exorcism stories that we have in Judaism are actually from Satan. I've done a whole class on spirit possession in Judaism, and if you want to learn more about this, I have some episodes on my YouTube channel as well. But what you have here is demonic possession. Demonic possession is not the right word. It's not a demon. It's actually an evil, dead person possessing. And so Dibuki becomes a big deal in the Kabbalistic world as well. But the opposite is true too. The soul of very righteous people hangs around near their grave. If you need to get some spiritual some righteousness, let's say that you're traveling somewhere and you know that your old paramour is going to be there, and you don't want to hook up with them. This is a real example, by the way. You don't want to hook up with them, get married, whatever. You do adultery. That's bad. So what do? You go into the graveyard of a righteous person, lay on the grave of the righteous person, and you meditate on their soul and invite their soul into your soul, and they will impregnate you. This is called Ibor, and the soul of the righteous dead person will impregnate your soul with a little bit of their righteousness, and it will give you enough of righteousness that when you go to face a spiritual challenge of committing adultery, you won't do it. Because it's like a shot in the arm, shot in the soul from the righteous person, and the righteous person will give you the spiritual power to overcome your failure, your whatever, your sin, and then they will come back to their grave. For folks who know a little bit about Buddhism, right, it sounds a bit like bodhisattvas, right? The idea is there are people who are enlightened in the Buddhist tradition. They become so enlightened, they'll become completely enlightened, so they can stick around here to help the rest of us schmucks. Right? So the bodhisattvas, they don't leave, they don't go to nirvana, they stay here to help the rest of us get a little bit more enlightened. And so these tzedakis, these righteous people, you can go lay on their graves, and you can get a little bit of spiritual power from their soul, and go into your soul and help them. Peoples do this to this day. It's a problem, actually, that people get caught sitting in the graveyards, lying on graves to get soul power. Soul power is a cool section. So at any rate, so this idea of Ibor becomes a big idea as well. So Tibuk, right, evil souls come attached to your body. They can also get animals, by the way. They don't like to be animals. It's like not good in there, but they want to get people. And Simon Guitar, by the way, also became one of the earliest exorcists in this tradition. By the way, he failed. He also did the Dibuk to leave, and then as soon as the Dibuk left, he will come back and repossess the person who killed him. And so there's all kinds of great Dibuk stories. If you've never seen the movie The Dibuk, it's one of the great classics of Yiddish film. It was filmed in the 30s. In fact, many people that were in the film died in the Holocaust. And so it's really, I think they remastered it. They've redone the Yiddish subtitles. If you've never seen The Dibuk, it's a great film in the 30s. It's a classic example of Yiddish theater and Yiddish filmmaking. Probably the crowning achievement before it all went to the film in Hollywood. But The Dibuk is a classic movie. We're getting close to Halloween time. Most of the Jewish Halloween. Movie watching The Dibuk. So the Dibuk is an idea that was also from Rabbi Kabbalah, but also people. As I said a minute ago, Rabbi Kabbalah comes just Kabbalah. If you've ever studied Kabbalah, you've heard of this term. You've seen some Tikkun Olam, right? You've heard of the world of Nazi. You know that the soul has Chiba, Neshama, Ruach, various parts of the soul. Florian and Kabbalah just became Kabbalah. It absorbed all other previous forms of Kabbalah, whether it's Abraham Abba's Kabbalah, whether it's Vera's Kabbalah, whether it's other forms of Kabbalah. It absorbed them all, and in some ways transcended them all. It abolished them all, and it ascended above them all. And by both eliminating all of them and then conglomerating all of them into one thing, it became a new thing. And that new thing basically has become Jewish theology. If you ever read books of Jewish theology, modern books of Jewish theology, they're almost always driven of encyclopedias. And that's true of Hasidic people. That's true of Messianic components of the Hasidic people. That's true of hardcore Jewish rationalists, like people like the Vilgaon, right? Is a hardcore rational guy. Also hardcore Kabbalist. Kabbalah, Lurian Kabbalah, is at some level just Jewish theology. Now, what's ironic about that, we'll talk about this more as we wrap the class up in a few weeks. Why aren't these texts available then? If at some level, Tikkun Olam and all these ideas are just basically now part of our theological landscape of Judaism, why is it that you just can't go buy a copy of Basic Science in English? Why is it you can't just go buy a copy of Cordovero's Partisan Revolution in English? Why is it that the entire 15-volume our collected works are not translated in English? There's a reason for that. Now we'll get to that in a few weeks. There is a really important reason for why that is. It has everything to do with liberal Judaism. How liberal Judaism decanonized Kabbalah. It rejected it. That's part of what made liberal modern Judaism is the amputation of Kabbalah Judaism. Now it's changing, but it's not changing in the right way. Because the way it's changing is not. It's changing in the sense that Kabbalah's ideas are being imported. They're being imported haphazardly. The original texts are not being consulted. They're not being really translated. And so modern Jews who are interested in Kabbalah don't have access to the original texts. And that's a disaster. It's a real disaster. You can imagine if, if the works of Thomas Aquinas just weren't translated. You have to rely on old Latin traditions and stuff like that would be a mess. Well, that's basically what we have. It's as if Thomas Aquinas had the influence he did in the Catholic world, but no Catholics have access to his actual works and a reliable. It's a mess. It's a real mess. So, and again, this is a standard volume of Basic Science in Hebrew. You will not. There's no English translation. We'll talk about why. There's not one. It's a mess. It's a bad situation. So, at the end of the day, it's up Gloria's version of Kabbalah wins. It wins. Now, I'm not saying it's completely systematic. I'm not saying it's completely all worked out. There's still a bunch of kinks in the system. But at the end of the day, the 15-volume collected works of the Arizal, really the works of Chaim Vital, systematizing the works at some level of Arizal, that becomes Jewish theology. Now, on the one hand, that's really cool because Kabbalah won. On the other hand, it's a disaster because most Jews who are interested in Kabbalah, at least in the non-Orthodox ways, have no access to it. It's a mess. This is a real problem. I don't know how it can be solved, but I mean, just now in the past 10 years that the entire Zohar can be translated reliably in English. So this is a big problem. We'll talk about this. We'll talk about why we're in this boat and how we're going to get out of it in a few weeks. But it may just, in our lifetime, we may be getting out of that problem. It may take our entire lifetime to get out of this problem. We'll talk about where it came from, why it is that, and how we got it. 6 years after Chaim Vital died, the greatest articulator of the Lurianic system of Kabbalah, 6 years after he dies, a guy born in Asia Minor, what is now Turkey, Izmir. He's born on Tish B'Av. He's born on Tish B'Av, which happens to fall on Shabbat that year. And there's a long-standing idea in Jewish lore that the Messiah will be born on the saddest day of the year. That the day of the year that we're born, every bad thing that's ever happened to us. But the great hope is that on that day, the Messiah will be born. That in the future, Tish B'Av will no longer be a sad day. It will be a glorious day because that'll be the birthday of the Messiah. On Saturday of Tish B'Av, 6 years after the death of Chaim Vital, Shabbatai Tzvi is born. And Shabbatai Tzvi is going to transform Kabbalah because he's going to become the Messiah. And not just become the Messiah, when I say that, I mean the majority of the world's Jews were convinced he was the Messiah. He convinced the world's Jews that he was the Messiah via his publicist of Gaza using Kabbalah. And he will become enormously fact, in many ways, when you think about Judaism as a religion, in some ways, as before Shabbatai Tzvi and after. And Shabbatai Tzvi is going to transform Judaism. It's going to transform so much of what's going to happen. And so what we're going to do is he's going to basically shake Judaism to its core. Because as you probably know, he will declare himself the Messiah. The vast majority of Jews believe that he's the Messiah. Many of them usually have their bags packed on the docks in Amsterdam, ready to go back home to Israel to live in the Messianic age in 1666 in British Islam. And it is a titanic disaster. A disaster of the, I mean, prior to the Holocaust, there's been no greater disaster than Shabbatai Tzvi. No greater disaster. And from a theological point of view, it's a so in many ways, right, you can think about Shabbatai Tzvi as the fulcrum. And imagine most folks have heard the idea that you can't study Kabbalah until you're 40. I'm sure folks have heard that idea. Well, notice that Yitzhak Luria died before he was 40. Clearly, he was studying Kabbalah before he was 40. Where do ideas like that come from? They come in the aftermath of Shabbatai Tzvi. Because the idea that Kabbalah is so dangerous, they can lead the entire Jewish world into a disaster. And that disaster, Kabbalistic disaster, will be heralded by Shabbatai Tzvi, false Messiah. We will turn to him and his arguments for his messiahhood next time from Shabbatai Tzvi. And also Frankism. Frankism is a derivative of Shabbatai Tzvi. So we'll turn our attention to Shabbatai Tzvi and what is to mystical heresy. It's kind of like on off the rails. Totally on the rails. So we will deal with Shabbatai Tzvi and so-called messianism. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the garden of Eden.
we would do bad.
Hi, everybody. Dreams really do come true. We're doing a Kill Tony from the Ice House in Pasadena. This is crazy. This is like going to. It's like playing basketball at your neighbor's house when you're a kid on their hoop instead of your hoop. You know, and like hoops are a little bit different. I can tell there's a lot of basketball players in the crowd by the way this is going over. Not really connecting yet. How you guys doing? This is fun. This is a different angle, a different type of setup. The audio actually works here. We have a new sponsor. Give it up for Squirt, everybody. Squirt. Delicious Diet Squirt is now available. Made since, can anybody guess when Squirt started? 1653. Sir, what are you thinking? We're talking about Squirt here. 16. You're saying Squirt predates of the United States of America? I mean, I'd like to believe that for anybody that's ever had one on a hot summer day, you would think. My God, it seems like they've been making this for centuries, but no. That's just since 1938, everybody. 1938. They've been around a long time. I mean, no 1656 over there from the.
I think that was the birth date of Charlie Chaplin.
Well, look at that, Brian, making up a completely false fact.
Yeah.
Right from the get, and I love it.
I like how there's that much beverages and electricity going on here. And Joe is known for spilling his coffee all the time, so this might be really dangerous.
This is exciting. Hopefully, he spills some delicious Diet Squirt, the caffeine-free thirst quencher, and newest sponsor of Kill Tony. Turns out McDonald's dropped us.
Yeah, they did. They did not like.
Yeah, we got a call. Turns out they weren't loving it. And they said you have to stop saying that we're sponsoring your show.
Yeah.
I was waiting for it. I was wondering, like, what happens if you pretend like a sponsor's your sponsor? They have to fight back because they have to protect their own reputation.
Right. I think it started when they started sponsoring SeaWorld, though, because we started drawing attention to the SeaWorld. Because they had
I said
SeaWorld
the
on
Blackfish fillet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which was just comedy magic that happened right in the moment. That was no pre-written. You can't mix this. Oh, sir, are you texting the show to somebody who can't see the live feed? Is that what's going on right now? They got a new sponsor in Squirt. That's on Reddit right now. Hashtag Kill Tony. There's not even hashtags on Reddit. I meant backslash. Look at me. I don't know the internet.
Who here doesn't take Squirt and mix it with a little bit of tequila and call it a margarita? Come on.
Yeah, that's as white trash as it gets right there, everybody. If you've ever wondered what white trash is for you Latinos in the room or black people, like what's true white trash? Is it, have you ever mixed a Squirt with tequila and called it a margarita?
That's it.
Like, I saw a few Mexican people pass out when you said that. They were so insulted. Like, that's not a margarita. I mean, that's a fucking... Well, I mean, it's delicious Squirt, so it's probably better than a margarita.
Yeah.
Fuck, they can't have Squirt drop us. It just messed up and said Squirt would be good.
Yeah. Well, just don't let Joe, like, knock one over on you, squirt all over you, get you wet.
I love it. It would be a first on Kill Tony that I've been drenched in delicious caffeine-free Squirt. The thirst quencher is their slogan, by the way. This crowd is not into Squirt whatsoever. They want McDonald's. That's all that they want. But I love it. You guys dig your McDonald's.
How many people here actually know what Kill Tony is, by the way? Yeah. All right. Who here has no idea what they're watching right now?
Wow. Really? That's awesome. Congratulations.
What we do is we do this show once a week, and we help the local stand-up comedy community out. And
they sign up for a show to get constructive criticism from me, Writers Guild member, Comedy Central roast writer, Death Squad Platinum member. You might know me from any of my major credits. And Brian, the creator of the Death Squad, and always two of our funniest friends are on the show. And this week's no different.
Yeah.
So getting perspective from two awesome stand-ups tonight is going to be very exciting. We have the great Joe Rogan and Dom Irera are with us in the house tonight, everybody. But first, for those of you that haven't been to Kill Tony, you wooers out there that all went, woo, which basically means fuck you and your show. We also always have a head of security with us to protect us at all times. It started off, it was the Iron Patriot, an autistic man, undiagnosed, in a very fancy $5,000 Iron Man suit. He would stand next to the stage and defend us. And then when the episodes got in the 30s of episodes, he said he's gotten too big for the show. When he hit 4,000 Twitter followers, he said, I'm going to do my own thing now. I have a new following. Since then, he's lost more than 1,000 Twitter followers since leaving the show, based on the principle of the listeners. So we've always replaced him with a different Patriot each week. Pasadena, I bring you a very special treat when I bring to you one of my favorite Patriots. It's Iron Jesus Christ! Look at the reach on this man. Here he is, taking the long walk. There was only one set of footprints, I do believe, from his walk over there.
Wait, no, there's a little girl calling. Wait, that's Josh Martin, guys.
Put your hands together for Josh Martin, everybody. Producer of the show, spiller of tequila, accident-prone, speech impediment-infested friend of ours, who thought he had set it all the way down when he put down tequila on the table. a few weeks ago, and we turned over my leg. But he's looking over us. That's the great Josh Martin comic, and we have Kevin Levi. Jesus Christ is with us, everybody. Put your hands together for Jesus. Woo! How's it been going, man?
Beautiful, thanks. You have the wingspan of a condor.
Heck yeah.
Throw that in there.
All right.
Okay, it's going good.
There you go. Have you actually measured a condor's wingspan? Are you being serious, or is that just
I don't know. Just
You caused somebody to sneeze just now. I don't know if you heard that.
bless you.
And I know you're just... Boom.
Oh,
Still got it after thousands of years. Jesus Christ. Never loses that sense of humor. And he said, it doesn't go away.
happy to be back in Pasadena. My last time here, saw Jim Carrey before he was ever Jim Carrey.
Wow.
1979 or 80.
You said that you used to come here back in the Disney and see all the old. Did you ever get to see Steve Martin? Steve Martin started out here.
It was actually the only show I saw, and I figured maybe I would never see one better.
Look at you now. All of a sudden, you're here on Kill Tony. Woo! Featured by Sport, the thirst quencher. This is much more exciting than young Jim Carrey.
I'll have the squirt margarita, please.
I'll open up one right now.
I thought that was going to be the worst accident for sure. I just seen, I'm like, oh, here it is.
What about just pulling down here looking at the back of me the whole time? What do I do about it?
It's fine. He's into it. How many times do you think you get fucking cock-blocked by Jesus?
Sorry about that.
You got the best seat in the house. You're like fucking...
He's a good sport. There's not much to see about it.
Yeah, if that is in your way, you can totally move. I'm sure one of the waiters or waitresses will find that it's fine because he does pass a lot of gas. He's a
he does not. You think a guy that sat in the middle of the table in the Last Supper could pass gas? That would be embarrassing. There you go. He's unbelievable. Who said that you didn't really exist, these morons? Well, guys, we're very happy to have you back. I'm glad that you're going to be keeping an eye on us.
Got your back.
In the meanwhile, what do you say we, Josh?
Yeah, I think we're ready to go.
Are we?
Yeah.
Guys, are you ready for your guests? Holy shit. Put your hands together for him, everybody. It's the great Joe Rogan and Dom Herrera. Welcome to the show, guys. We're doing it. Now, Dom, you've been on the show before, Joe. I sort of gave you an idea of what's going on.
Is this real booze? Yes, we're hey. Cheers, guys. Yeah. Because you're not. You would owe me $10.
Boy, we've gotten off to a fucking roaring start.
What the fuck was that?
It's hilarious from the jump.
Yeah, Joe's first time here. He refuses to go to the Comedy Store, so we brought the show to you, Joe.
Thank you very much.
This is actually really fun to me. We've been looking forward for a long time to have you on the show.
Yeah, we should be doing podcasts like live podcasts from here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We should. Totally.
Yeah, it feels good in here.
Spot. I'm a little too high to be talking to people, so no eye contact, nothing crazy. Nobody get out of line. No picture fests.
I was just starting to relax, and then I took that shot of. You didn't warn me that it was that cinnamon stuff.
You hit the fireball.
It's like a whole different thing. My mind was not prepared for that whatsoever, and now it's like fucking big red gum.
Yeah, I was thinking it was probably something whiskey-like, but I like the added flavor.
I mean, that's a real surprise.
Yeah. Well, you know what the fuck you just did after you drink one of those. Dude, you know what the fuck you just did.
That's Mistake City. So,
that's where all babies come from. That's the fuck it, leave it in juice. Freedom!
starts. It's
So
all
it is,
fireball.
dude. That's this glass. 3 more of those.
Then you got another one,
baby. That's how it goes down with Rara.
I can Joe Rogan.
She rocks in there. That's all you, man. What are you trying to roofie me, bitch? What the fuck is this? Tom Herrera's not even drinking his own, trying to pass it off. Oh, yeah, you're one of those dudes who has like a special drink. Oh, I need my Tanqueray. I want my Tanqueray. What are you kids here, drinking the same thing? Just gonna sip on this. I got a tradition. I get fucked up a special way every time. I go to the bar, I go, bartender, you know what I like. The regular. Boom.
Tom, what's your drink?
It's amazing how dope doesn't affect you.
Does it? How dare you?
Hey, David, do you have any questions for our guests?
Yeah, Tom. I'm speaking to you from a microphone that's
Yes.
so you know the question is important. You were named by Comedy Central one of the 50 greatest comedies of all time. Now,
First of all, it was 100, but thank you.
100.
Yeah, can I say something before you answer the fucking question? I'm very bitter about that. Because Joe, it hurts very hurtful. I was number 79. You know who beat me out for 78? Cedric the Entertainer. I can't compete with him. He's an entertainer. I just do jokes. He has people over. He has a nice spread. He dances. What's the question?
That was it. I wondered if you were happy with it. Cedric the who?
Cedric the Entertainer.
Oh.
That's a very funny guy.
It's like Earthquake, but different. Exactly like Earthquake.
Kevin, did you have a question?
Just it might be on the list. That's amazing. Joe Rogan, you're one of the greatest, cutting edge, brilliant, smart, funny stand-up comics ever. Your body of work is huge and beautiful, and you're always coming up with new stuff.
So the question is,
I'm getting hard as fuck. Balls are tingling and shit.
All this, leading up to, where's your favorite place to write comedy?
To write it actually on airplane seats. I don't know what it is in the sky, but it's terrifying.
The only way just get
Give in
higher.
so much. Yeah, you can't get any higher, but it's also the act of being in a plane is somewhat terrifying, especially if you're high on edibles. It's a terrifying thing, and there's something about being terrified that makes you creative. So I come up with a lot of shit, like where I go, oh no, I come up with a lot of that on the airplane.
I love that.
Sometimes I put a whole lot of love on it in a loop.
Well, thank you both.
But after a while, it becomes like a meditation after you heard it for like the 20th time.
Wow.
You're high as fuck on a laptop.
You have a system worked out. That was a very specific question, Jesus. And
Get high and create material.
I was being gang raised by these Armenian
oh,
guys.
and what's
I was writing like crazy. Somehow my sphincter stimulates my creativity.
Makes sense. It would certainly switch it up a bit.
Thank you, Doc.
Well, I'd love to just talk with you guys forever, but unfortunately, this podcast is actually about stand-up comedians doing stand-up and doing 60 seconds apiece. And then we talk to them afterwards and figure out how we can help them in any way, shape, or form. That's what they all signed up for, and many of them are waiting just outside that door for their name to be called. They can come in and do 60 seconds.
What can I say before we first of all, I haven't even seen these people. None of them have a shot. just to let you know, just relax. We're very special.
This is kind of like a boss level episode, Tony. You know, it's like for these guys that are in the other room, this is like we announced it just this week.
They went crazy. It really is the best of the entire Hollywood open mic that's out there right now. And they're dressed better than I usually see them dressed. Like, it's a Friday night for them. I usually only see them on Sundays and Mondays, usually only Mondays. But so it's very exciting. It is like the Yankees of the open mic.
They've been open micing their whole lives. They're so close to past it, you can taste it.
Now, many of them know, but we'll let the audience and the new people that have been here for the first time, they know that their time's up to 60 seconds when they hear the meow of a kitty. Did you hear that? Listen how adorable that is. One more time. Aww. Now, that's your 60 seconds. They know not to go any longer than that, or else they're going to bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. To all you podcast listeners, I'm sorry you had to hear that. However, you have to understand that it's an important lesson in show business to not do over your time. So you let that thing rip if they go over.
Oh, that's horrible. That's awesome.
So many comedians signed up and made a drive out from all the way from like the heart of Hollywood to have the chance to come up in front of you guys. And I thank you so much for being here, and I want to get it started. Are you guys ready?
Yes.
This is Bill Tony live from the Ice House. 60 seconds, and then we're going to end up talking more to your first comedian, Kobe Grimes. It's Kobe Grimes. He's right here. Hello, Kobe.
Hey, everybody. So, I graduated school recently, and so in my class there was this dude that the whole class collectively knew, and Boner was kind of like that kid hates you, lifts you off, and also
All right, first of all, Kobe, I'm going to apologize to you immediately. Our producer, Josh Varner, wasn't in the room. Check.
hello.
There was no mic sound. Is it on now?
Yeah, it's been on. Yeah, it was. We just started really talking right.
So you were really quiet.
Really?
Yeah. It's my first time I've ever listened.
Oh my
That's your
gosh.
first time ever doing stand-up?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
That's your first time ever on stage? Kobe Grimes, everybody. Wow. In that case, you just brought down the house. In that case, I'm not apologizing. You destroyed for your first time.
Oh,
basically.
awesome.
Everybody eats shit on numero uno. It's like part of the program. Nobody's good at first.
Well, I guarantee you right now, that's
The
the
first set was on the Tonight Show. First started.
Did you get
I don't count that as a set.
You don't count it as a set.
My first set was on the time.
You know what was amazing about watching you? How long a minute can be.
For you, it was really long for me.
Why were you that funny during your set?
Well, he wasn't
I
relaxed.
was shitting my fucking pants.
Yeah,
I
that's
was the first name to get called. And I didn't think I was going to get a first name, first time
Wow.
on stage.
It's a very alien thing to do what you just did. It's a very alien thing. And when you do it for the first time, you'll be chasing that dragon forever. It'll never be any more alien. And then it'll start being normal. And once it starts being normal, then you'll start relaxing and you'll learn how to be yourself more out there. It's just a weird art form. And it's one that you only learn by doing it. So you did it. You did it. I sucked a fat pile of dicks my first time on stage. Dude, I was terrible. If someone had a recording, I would give them a lot of money to not release it. That's not me. I'm not that dude. Shit, I can't be responsible for that motherfucker. That was a long time ago.
That's your Donald Sterling tape.
Dude, everybody's terrible the first time. Everybody. It's just there's no way around it. And then you figure it out. But you have to just keep doing it. And just, get your shit together in the outside world, too, if you can.
Kobe, is it?
Yeah, that'll probably help.
Definitely.
Kobe, is it something that you've always wanted to do? I mean, why tonight?
Look at him. What the fuck else is this guy gonna do? You gonna have him fix your stove? Barely paying attention when you're talking to him right now.
Congratulations on graduating, Tim. It means a lot to me. I don't know why. What do you want to do?
Well, I want to answer his question.
Okay.
Nobody remembers it. How do you remember it?
So,
If you want,
serious. I'm fucking serious.
It's getting really good. Look, second, kid's getting loose.
Heck yeah. You've always needed a school shooter comedian. There's a niche for that. I can picture my manager. There's a real niche for this right now.
Yeah. Hopefully I don't look that creepy.
No, dude, we're just fucking. Look, man, you're a young man. You can just try and stand up for the first time. It's very admirable. It's a difficult thing to do. You did a good job, man, for real. For your first time on
Thank you
stage.
very much.
You get looser, more relaxed the more you do it. But it'll probably never make you shit your pants as much as that time.
What was the punchline of what you said, though? Because I was trying to follow. I had no idea whether.
Dude, don't make him do it again.
I'll do it. I don't give up.
What was the part? What were you getting at?
The
What was
punchline was, it's ridiculous that me and this dude sing similar, because this dude showed me a video of a lady with a stronger nose who was actually snorting a giant purple earthworm of cum.
Okay. But it's probably best we didn't hear it. That mic going out was your friend Jesus Christ over your shoulder taking care of you.
Oh my god.
Jesus threw an alley-oop from 4 feet away. Here you go, buddy. You're going to need this. Now audio 1. All of a sudden, the main mic is just gone, and then it comes back.
Don't let this discourage you. You can still make it.
Yeah.
You just don't tell that joke again. Because it's a part of the process. You're going to do a bunch that don't work at all. And you're going to beat your head against the wall until you figure it out.
People told me not to tell it.
Those people were the right people. You gotta listen to them. They're the right people. You're the wrong one. You're crazy.
I realized it because I was like, you're not fucking comedians. What's your mind?
Right. Well, everyone that kind of did it now. Technically, you're a comedian. I don't buy into this hierarchy bullshit where people get mad if someone did an open mic night 2 times and they call themselves a comedian. Because we all know guys that only did open mic nights, and they were probably some of the funniest guys we ever knew. Like for the longest time, Brian Holtzman was one of the funniest guys in LA.
Oh my God.
And all he ever did was just did spots in the store. Never saw him anywhere else. Nobody ever knew. You know?
Yeah, now he closes out the Saturday Mainer, and it's amazing. It fills up the back of the room with comedians. It's incredible how
And
fun.
he always had a job. To try to pretend that he's not a comedian because he never made it strictly as a professional.
Ari Shafir was the first person to tell me to start saying that you're a comic. He's like, dude, you do stand-up comedy. You're a comic. I would never say I was a comic before. So you just try and do stand-up comedy.
Anybody tries it, I say everything.
Yeah, I would say so. Also.
Yeah, you might suck. You're
not really a brain surgeon, but I try it once in a while.
You can call yourself what's a big deal?
Doesn't mean they're a good comedian.
No. It's a weird thing to freak out about. If you pick up, a flute and you start fucking around with it, I think you're a flutist. You can't tell me I'm not a flutist, bitch. I'm trying. I'm working on it right now. What, are you perfect with your fucking flute shit? I'm just really sucky at the flute, but as long as I fuck with it, I'm a flutist.
Joe, it's flowers.
Whatever. God.
The proper French past participle. Whatever.
You know what I'm saying, Tom?
I kind of disagree. I remember I was in New York, and this guy, he was a really mean gay guy, And I was trying to become friends with him. I said, I heard you were an actor. And he goes, and I had done a lot of plays. And so he goes, yes. So what plays have you been in? He goes, I haven't been in any plays. But I studied with Udo Hagen. I'm thinking, well, how can you call yourself an actor? Well, I guess I'm a jet pilot. I've never flown a plane, but, I'm just saying. It's like,
Well, that guy was a fucking liar.
you stay out of it. You're done.
Kobe, thank you so much, by the way. There you go. It's Kobe Grimes. His first time, everybody. Come on. Started off with a bang. Oh, yeah. Kobe. Heck yeah. He's on Twitter at Kobe Grimes, a video podcast.
I would say, Kobe, if you listen to this, after this is all over, pay attention to what everybody's saying, because you're kind of fucking crazy. Just settle down, bitch. Get together. Do a yoga class or something.
Yeah, you gotta breathe.
Eat a little weed, take a breath.
Don't watch it, just listen to it, and just really pay attention to it. Try to show it to your friends and go, do you understand what I'm saying? Because I had no idea what you were saying. It was like a ramble the whole time.
Yeah, I just couldn't hear it. And then every time I tried for a second, I just didn't want to hear it anymore. So
It's hard, man. He's the first guy up. It's a very difficult pursuit.
Shall we go for number 2, everybody?
No, let's bring Kobe back.
Your second comedian tonight. Oh, I know this guy. He's a funny guy. He gets on pretty often lately. A funny guy named Tyler Misnarek, everybody. Here he is.
Hey guys, I'll tell you, I don't get the movie Forrest Gump. You're not understanding. I'm just gonna be straight with you guys. We don't let retarded people fight in Vietnam. I'm just gonna say it. Because I'm pretty sure if your feet were flat enough, you'd have to go. But somehow the guy says his name 30 times in 3 minutes. Send him over. Who cares? What's really confusing about that movie, though, is that guy, Forrest Gump, he got a degree from the University of Alabama. He graduated, and yet he didn't understand that touchdown meant stop running.
How's it going, Rabbi?
Faking ass, faking names, watching a podcast. How about you?
I recently, I don't know how to say this, but I've recently had a dream.
What's your dream, big man?
It's a little similar to Martin Luther King's dream. A little similar, but a lot different.
Okay.
I don't know how to say it yet. I'm gonna put it in my own words. I'm gonna write it down, and then I'll give a speech.
Sounds like a plan, big man. It sounds good.
How's it going for you, Rabbi?
Living a dream, dog.
Hey, are you Jewish, Rabbi?
100%.
Say that again?
100%.
100%. Me too. You know that? I'm Jewish also?
Very well.
That's so cool.
Where do you attend shul?
Say that again?
Where do you attend shul?
So my grandma is Jewish, right? I'm not full Jewish, but my grandma is Jewish, and she passed down her all the information, to my father, and my father passed down all the information to me.
Okay.
So I've been keeping it silent because I don't know the true word of God. I still need to learn.
Yeah, no, I understand. That doesn't make you Jewish, at least from an Orthodox perspective, though. It has to come from your mom.
I mean, oh, really? It has to come from the mother?
Yes, sir.
Not the father?
That's correct.
So am I still a Gentile?
Yes.
Thank you for giving me the correct information.
Absolutely, but you can always convert to Orthodox Judaism, and there are some sects of Judaism that may accept you just based on your Jewish lineage. So it may be important for you to investigate those. Some of them are known as Reconstructionist Judaism. The Reform movement might accept you. The humanist
Okay,
Judaism might accept you. So, if anything, contact your. Really, I mean, I would advise contacting a local Orthodox rabbi and asking them what you.
Local Orthodox rabbi, okay.
Yeah,
Local
absolutely.
Orthodox rabbi.
And
Thank you so much, Rabbi.
Absolutely, my man. You're always welcome. Okay. Keep me updated.
And I've been going through a spiritual journey, to be honest.
Okay, how'd you find out about me?
I met you when I was in Aiden Roth's Discord.
Oh, okay, great.
Back in the day.
Yes, sir.
So I had a vivid memory of you.
Absolutely. I streamed my life in there for like 16 months straight.
Really?
Word, dog.
How was it? I spent my life for like a year in Aiden Roth's Discord.
Yeah.
Like a year, 12 months. So you have a few more months than me, sir.
Hey, no worries. Yeah, it used to be really poppin'. It used to be really popular, but then they changed the settings on it, especially to be able to stream, and it lost like 90% of its active user base.
Wait, is that why?
That's 100% why.
They take off the ability to stream?
Yeah, that's 100% why. So they forced everybody to go into the chats, which are cool, but then when people want to go into the VC like they used to do, they were unable to, and then that caused issues because nobody wants to be.
So, is there a way to reform that server by any chance?
I mean, you'd have to contact Aiden's team and
Aiden's team. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I mean, I have their contact if you're like super interested to do it. It's just
I would love to do that. I would love to speak up for the people.
Yeah, I mean, when you're running a server that big though, and you don't have 24-hour moderation of the VCs, people show their dicks.
It gets a little hectic.
Absolutely. They'll show buttholes. They'll show all kinds of stuff. So I think for the safety of Aiden and his Discord, they just said, look, we're gonna make it so that you can only chat and like the.
Oh, okay. So he just reformed it through his own means.
Right.
Pretty much.
That's correct. But
okay.
It lost a lot of its active users.
Yeah, sadly.
Yeah, but whenever there's a UFC or a big boxing match, I think they generally allow just about anyone to go in there and stream, and that's when it gets popping. So a lot of times on Saturday nights, they'll have like a UFC or a big boxing match, and then everybody hops in and watches the events.
Hey, Rabbi, can I ask you a question, Rabbi?
Ask me whatever you'd like, my man.
So I started streaming, right?
Okay, great, man.
I started on Twitch, but I feel like my voice isn't really heard on Twitch.
100%.
Should I change platforms?
No, you should multi-stream. So you should simultaneously stream on YouTube, Twitch, Rumble, and Kick all at the same time. There's a free way to do it.
Twitch?
Well,
okay. Can you maybe send me a link or something like that?
I'm just gonna tell it to you. It's known as
you'll tell it to me. Thank you.
Absolutely, it's Rumble Studio. So you just type in Rumble Studio, and Rumble Studio has everything that you need. You just connect your YouTube, you connect your Kick, you connect your Twitch, and then you go live on Rumble, and it goes live on all the other places. And it has a unified chat, so that if somebody types to you on Twitch, or types to you on Kick, or types to you on Rumble, or types to you on YouTube.
Really? That's so cool.
Exactly.
That's so cool.
Exactly.
Thank you so much.
100%. Also,
I appreciate the help, Rabbi. I appreciate it.
100%. So this will increase your engagement about 4 times, which is really great. And you can do it even more. There are other platforms as well that can connect to it, including things like BitChute and X and Locals and quite a few others. So what you want to do is, and it's all free. There are paid versions as well where you can do some other stuff too, but unless you want to pay money, like I want to keep it free. So just go to Rumble Studio, create an account,
Rumble Studio.
Yep.
Make an account.
Yep, and then You can start once you verify your phone, and you can start streaming right away.
Wow, you're a great help. You know, I've asked other people, but like they tend to turn me down all because, well, first I start speaking about my faith, right? I say I'm Jewish, and people when they hear that, they tend to block out their ears.
Okay, well, I'm open to people of all backgrounds. So, from a streaming perspective, just uh, create a Rumble account. It's rumble.com. And then in the upper right corner, upper right corner, it'll say sign up. You sign up, you create an account. And then also in the upper right corner, under where you can either upload or go live, there's a section that says studio. You can also just go to studio.rumble.com and log in directly there.
Now you're speaking my language, sir. You're speaking my language. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. They also have an app.
Wow.
They also have an iOS app and an Android app if you're doing on the.
Can I ask you a question, sir? Is this free to the public during like the hours that schools are closed? Or you have to get permission?
You have to get permission because it's locked up.
Okay.
Yeah, they don't say it's months or
Sorry, Rabbi.
You're good, big man.
I got interrupted. I interrupted him, sorry.
You're good. No worries. So, whenever you have time, you can either download the Rumble app on Android or iOS.
Okay, I'll download it right now so that I don't forget, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. And then it allows for free multi-streaming, and it saves your video on Rumble, and then it will save on YouTube indefinitely, and then it saves on Kick for 30 days, and it saves on Twitch for 14 days, I believe.
Wow, really?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so does your computer have to be quick? Like, does it have to be? I'll walk all the way down, sir. Sorry, I was just talking to the security guard.
You're good.
I didn't want to trespass somewhere where I'm not allowed to be.
All right, we'll make sure you follow the law. In answer
sir.
to your question, do you need a really fast computer? No, you can do it all from a phone.
Really, I can do it from a phone. Okay, sweet.
You could be live streaming this right now if you wanted.
Like what I'm doing, walking right now?
100%. That's good content.
Because I am a streamer that like I want to get not just my voice out there, right? I want to get others too, so that we the people can come together as one. But there's going to be complications with religion, complications with just morality. The morality of humans is it's complicated. It's complicated.
Yeah, if you're looking to connect with the most amount of people, there are 3 things that you generally want to refrain from. Those are religion, politics, and sexual orientation. If you avoid those topics, then basically you're going to maximize the amount of people who watch you.
Okay, so religion, politics, and what was the third one, sir?
Just really sexual orientation or sexual discussions.
Sexual orientation?
Yeah, so like
okay.
taking a stance, whether you're an LGBTQ ally or you're more traditional, whatever it is. If you just stay away from those topics, then generally you're going to have the most amount of people who want to watch your stream. You'll get people who want to catch you, and they'll be like, "Hey, what is your stance on whatever subject, on abortion or on capital punishment or whatever?" And a good thing to do, unless you want to have a debate over this, you just say that I have my own personal beliefs, but I do my best to keep them out of my stream and to be apolitical. I do my best to not discuss politics.
Okay, I try my best to keep them out of my stream. I my best.
Yeah, you just.
Thank you so much. You don't even know how much you're helping me.
Absolutely, you just basically say I do my best to stay out of politics. I've got my own personal beliefs, like we do. Because if not, what ends up happening is, let's say, let's just say, you like the color blue, and you're like, "Hey guys, I like the color blue," and somebody comes in and says, "Okay, well, what are your thoughts on red? And you're like, well, okay, I guess red can be okay. And then a lot of people will be like, well, I like red and blue. And you'll be like, okay, well, you like red and blue. Then somebody's be like, well, what do you think of purple? And then you'll be like, well, I guess purple's okay as well. And then the people who like blue will be like, you don't really like blue. You like red and purple. You just said you like red and purple. And you're like, well, I kind of do like red and purple, but I like blue the most. And they'll be like, oh, okay. Then what are your thoughts on orange? And you'll be like, oh, orange is okay color, I guess. And people will be like, oh, you don't really like blue, and you don't really like red, and you don't really like purple. You like orange. You just said you like orange. And it's like, you can't win. If you have a large group of people to whom you are broadcasting, if you take a stance on any one of these, you're not going to please them all. There's an old phrase, an adage, basically, that is, you can please some of the people all the time, and all of the people some of the time, but you can't please all of the people all of the time. I hope that makes sense to you.
Yeah. It makes sense because, like, listen, you tell someone their beliefs, right, or your what your beliefs are, and that person, they will right away. They will start contradicting you because what they were taught, what they know, what they speak, how they pronounce their words, their syllables, everything was taught in their own fashionable manner, in a little bit different. It's all supposed to be correlated, right? But everyone did this, started doing that. Yeah, it's very interesting. Very interesting.
It is. So a good philosophy to say and use is, you say, I like to talk about things on my stream that unite people, not that which divides. There's so much on the internet that you can use to divide each other. If that's what you're into, divisive discussions, that's great. Go to those. That's not what I do. I do my best to unite people. I want people to respect each other. I want people to treat others with kindness and love. That's what my stream's about. I'm about spreading positivity. I don't want to create a platform where people argue all the time and debate. That doesn't always get us anywhere. Not saying that it can't be important, but there's a time and a place for everything, and right now is not the time and the place for it. Right now is the time and the place for us to talk about love and unity and music and art and creativity and whatever else it is that interests you.
Mm-hmm. Like their interests. Okay, Rabbi. Okay, thank you so much.
Absolutely, and I'm live streaming. I'm live streaming right now myself.
Nice.
I'm live streaming right now myself. So if you want to go back to these conversations, what you should do is just go to any one of my live streams. In the upper left corner of this Discord, you're going to see a red circle that says 24/7 live YouTube streams. Do you see that?
Go to that's for 7 live stream.
Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Click that, and then click the link in there, and you're gonna see on how many different
for a live YouTube stream. Yeah.
Okay, so go to that 24/7 live YouTube stream link. Open it up. It's going to take you to YouTube, and you're going to see all my different streams. I have like 25 simultaneous streams going right now. I've been live streaming my life 24/7, 365 for more than 4 years.
Really?
I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. I'm the biggest content creator in global history. Right. So if you want to go back to any of these discussions, you can just go back to whatever link is there, and then you don't even have to take notes.
I can watch your right? I can watch your okay.
You can watch it.
Don't you have videos that you post, correct?
I have videos I post. I have podcasts I'm on.
Do you post?
I have videos that I post.
Okay.
I'm
nice.
I'm on podcasts. I was on a podcast yesterday. I was on 2 podcasts last week. I'm on another podcast next week. So like I do a lot. I create memes. I created over 500 memes yesterday. I am live.
What? Really?
Word.
Really?
Absolutely. I create.
No way. That's so cool.
Word, dog. I create.
So cool.
So this is what I do, which I think is really smart. I take pictures of like old school, really pretty ladies like Marilyn Monroe and Audrey Hepburn, like old style tens, and I take their pictures and I put, I make it a meme with just please type Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube and filter by live, and then with my link tree below it, and then I put it all over the internet and I let it populate, and then people learn about me from like just they get it. They see a picture of
Whoa!
they see a picture of a hot chick, and so they click on it, and then right below it is all my information on how to join my Discord and see my YouTubes.
Dude, Rabbi, did anyone tell you you're an amazing guy?
Thank you, my friend. I get told that
Did anyone
often,
tell you this?
but I never get sick of hearing it. Thank you.
You're very positive. You're very straightforward. I love the way you speak, sir. You're an inspiration.
Well, thank you, my friend, and I'm here to support you. And
I want to be like you in the future, sir. Just like you.
Absolutely. Well, we'll help you to do that. So the first thing that you want to do is
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
100%. I'll help you.
Mm-hmm.
The first thing that you want to do is when you have time, get your well, frankly, I think this is really important. You want to get your logo and your brand together. So what's your brand? Like, what do you do?
I preach.
Okay, you preach.
I'm starting to realize that preaching is not really getting me far, right?
Yeah.
Because people tend to still shut their ears. Because when you preach about fear, right? When you preach about fear, all it does is just scare the human to and he'll start contradicting himself, right? He'll start arguing with you. He'll start. It's pointless. Like it's kind of pointless in my perspective.
I understand. And that word preach is a charged word. It's a religious word, generally. But
religious word.
Yeah, so you want maybe something more neutral. So you say, I spread positivity. That's the same thing that you're.
Spread positivity.
That's what you're doing when you say you preach. But people are much more. Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's what you're trying to do. Is you're trying to get the word out to people of what you feel and what you believe and like the good things that are going on in your life and how you want to help others, right?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. So then, what you want to do is just perhaps tailor your message instead of saying I preach, because generally people want that from a religious figure.
I speak. Exactly correct.
Yeah. So you can say I speak. You can say I spread positivity.
I spread positivity.
Exactly. I speak positive vibes. I spread positive vibes. I want to inspire. I'm a person who wants to make people better. I want to make the world better. And all of those are what you're talking about when you say you preach, but they're not going to be such a turnoff to people. The second that you get on social media and you start saying I preach to people, they're going to get shut off because they've heard so many people come to them saying, hey, you need to join my religion, or hey, you're not practicing your life well enough. You're not doing that, but the second you use the word, then you are automatically injecting this type of thought. So what you do is you just want to perhaps adapt your phrasing. So what you say is, I'm spreading positivity. I'm doing my best to build a positive world. I want to help goodness. I am speaking positive vibes. Those are all positive things that you can do. And then people are on board for that. Then they don't think it's a religious thing.
So my issue is I'm focusing in on the religion, right?
Yeah,
and I'm bringing examples and stuff, this and that, but the whole time, like, I'm fighting against someone else's belief, right?
Exactly, and you want to get away from that. Like basically,
yeah, okay.
Like basically, everybody's got their favorite color, and you're coming in saying the best color is yellow, and it's like, well, why do you think the best color is yellow? Instead of saying the best color is yellow, you can say, I appreciate all colors. I think in their own way, all colors are special, And if you like yellow, if you like orange, if you like blue, if you like purple, if you like green, no matter what your color is, no matter who you are, you should know that you're special, that I value you, I appreciate you being here, and I want to vibe with you in the future. I'd love to meet all of my fans in the future. I'd love to meet everyone in the audience in the future. And, like that's how you make people want to stay on your stream as opposed to you have to do what I'm saying. Nobody wants that. And so
they appreciate they appreciate when you're taking their side at a certain point.
Exactly.
They appreciate it.
Exactly. And with anything, uh, you could be like just imagine, like we'll use cars as an example. So you'll find somebody who's like, hey, hey Paul, I really like cars. And you're like, oh, I really like cars too. Now we'll say cars is like religion, okay? And you'll be like, oh, I really like cars too. And they'll be like, oh, do you like Corvettes? You'll be like, yeah, I love Corvettes. Corvettes are great. And they'll be like, oh, cool, I like Corvettes too. Do you like Porsches? And you'll be like, no, I don't really like Porsches as much as I like Corvettes. They're like, okay, cool, bet. All right, do you like red Corvettes? You're like, yeah, I like red Corvettes. The other person's like, yeah, I like red Corvettes too. So they're thinking that you're vibing on all these different levels. And then they'll say to you, do you like vintage Corvettes? And you'll be like, oh, well, I mean, vintage are cool, but I really like the newer Corvettes. And they're like, oh, no, I like vintage Corvettes. You agreed on that you like cars. You agree. And you can do that with anything to anybody. You already agreed you liked cars. You already agreed you liked Corvettes. You already agreed you didn't like Porsches. You already agreed that you like red Corvettes. There's just one little thing that you disagree with, and they don't like you anymore. Now you're the enemy because you don't like every single thing that they do. And religion's the same way. One person may say, I like Jews. Okay, great. What kind of Judaism do you practice? Oh, I practice Reform Judaism. Well, I personally don't like Reform Judaism. Oh, okay. Well, then are we allies? I mean, we're all, considered Jews to some extent within our different demographics or our different versions of Judaism. But like, do you have all the same rights in my synagogue? No, you don't. And so somebody's be like, well, I don't like that. Okay, even Orthodox people. One person may say, oh, I'm a Hasidic Jew. Oh, that's cool. Another person may say, I'm a modern Orthodox Jew. That's cool. You're both practicing Orthodoxy. However, those are two very separate strands of ways to believe. And many times the Hasidic world does not mesh well with the modern Orthodox world. And then even within Hasidism, one person can be a Breslov Hasidic dynasty person. Another person can be a Chabad Hasidic dynasty person. And they don't always mesh because they have different leadership. Like, you can always break it down. So you want to do your best to avoid these things that divide us, no matter what it is, whether it's cars, whether it's religion, whether it's politics, and focus on the things that are positive. And so whatever it is, in a case like the car thing, you can say, I have an appreciation for older Corvettes. I personally like newer Corvettes, but I think it's really cool that we both like Corvettes. And I think that all people who like cars are cool because it shows they have an interest in something. Anybody else in the audience, maybe you don't like Corvettes, maybe you do like Porsches. Anybody want to talk about that? Tell us about their experiences of being a car lover. And you'll find that, wow, the people who love the Porsches for the same reason that I love Corvettes. And we have a lot in common. And maybe we don't necessarily jive because I like newer Corvettes and my friend likes older Corvettes and this other person in my chat likes Porsches. However, I understand now why they like Porsches. I understand. It's the same thing that I love about Corvettes.
And I should be like myself, right? I should be myself when I'm speaking and I'm talking.
Who else could you be?
Well, I tend to refrain. Like, sometimes I get so deep into the religion, right? Like, I'm going at a topic, and there's times that even I tend to contradict myself.
Absolutely. Okay, so let me ask you this. What religious background do you have from a teaching perspective? Have you made smicha, which is rabbinical ordination, or have you been to religious school?
Jesus teaching.
Okay.
I grew up listening to his teachings.
Okay, so right away, if somebody's like, "Hey, you're preaching, but you say you're Jewish, but yet you're having like the idea of the Nazarene," those are contradicting philosophies, and if you don't see that, your audience will. So basically, what I'm saying.
Contradicting philosophy.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, we within Judaism don't recognize the Nazarene to be God. We also don't recognize that person to be the Messiah.
Contradicting
theologies, basically.
Narrative.
It's really theologies, but narratives works as well.
Oh, theology.
Exactly.
Theology.
So you're.
Okay, I'm gonna look into that.
Absolutely. So basically, if somebody's watching your stream, they can already see that you don't know what you're talking about. You don't have the education or the knowledge or the experience to be able to talk on these issues. So they're going to move on to the next person. So you want to avoid that. Even though it's fun for you to talk about, you can use general terms. So are there some things that within perhaps different religions that may be positive, like loving your neighbor or caring about others or feeding the sick and taking care of the poor? Are those all good things? Yeah, absolutely. Just don't frame it from a religious standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that doesn't mean that that someday